Okay, sorry, YouTubers, you should be able to hear me now. So the big news, really, I guess, is Bitcoin. My goodness, Bitcoin. All the Bitcoin plays. I mean, so if you want to take a look at, if you don't want to play an individual stock, just take a look at BITO. Well, here's Cipher. Too bad, this was on the combo scan yesterday, and if it had done this, it would have been awesome. But we were a day early, perhaps. Maybe we'll get it today. Maybe we'll get it again today. Same thing with the Eni. Eni was on the combo scan yesterday, and it's moving now. Well, so many Bitcoin plays. So we've got Eni and Hut. We've got Mara. Mara has I think Wainwright put a $24 price target on them. Mara. Riot's moving. Riot has kind of lagged Mara. And then we've got this LQR. Yeah, I read all that news. I know Rio posted it all. Strange press release, but okay, it's popped the stock. It only has 3 million in the float. 50% now, LQR. POL. Let's see if there's any news with POL. Yeah, I don't see any news on POL other than it's another low float, 2 million in the float, 14 million it traded already. I don't see any news on POL. There must be something that's popping it. Or it's some room. Yeah, I have no news here. Anyway, POL, big level. Next high is way up here at 265. Now, a couple of earnings plays. Well, this big one, of course, FedEx. FedEx had earnings, released earnings after hours, and big drop down. I mean, that's a big drop, 10%, 231 million in the float. Price target cut to 275 from 279 by Raymond James. Well, it's at 249 now. It's had a great year. You have to put it in some kind of perspective. It's had a great year, but definitely this earnings release is not what the market wanted. Give me a moment, guys. All right, now let's see. AUVI was active yesterday. AUVI. And let's see, any news on this one? Announced the integration of its Puro UV disinfection, et cetera, et cetera. So little pop for it. Wow, pretty big pop, actually. Very, very, very low float. We have 474,000 shares in the float. Where is William? William said he would buy blue at, I think, 80 cents. He's getting close. So they did a financing. The amazing thing to me, they did a financing at $1.50 a share. They raised $125 million at $1.50 a share. So that is diluting the heck out of the company. Here's another big one, guys. I think it's an earnings play. No, it's not an earnings play. I'm not sure why it's down, but expensive stock, down 23%. ARGX. Okay, the company announced the address study did not meet primary or secondary endpoints. So that is the reason why ARGX is the Netherlands, I think. Yeah, to the Netherlands. ARGX is down. WW back in the news. WW. Guggenheim put a $14 price target on them. There we are. Yeah, Guggenheim. resumed its coverage and put a price target of 14 on them. So that is the reason, I guess, for WW's. And if you think this sort of stock is cyclical, people overeating, and maybe in January they start trying to diet. Steelcase. Now, remember Steelcase, last earnings for Steelcase were awesome. At least the reaction was awesome. It's right here. Not so much this time. So Steelcase had earnings. SCS had earnings after hours yesterday, and the market has thumped them a bit, down 7%. No volume yet. All the volume was in the after hours. I'm sure you guys on YouTube can hear me. X Air, X Air. Okay, great. Thank you, Pepe. X-Air, let's see, X-Air does it have any room? It's hard to know, hard to say. I mean, it's the next high is 217, and then after that is 241. And I don't see. Just give me a moment. If you heard that, just give me a moment. Whoa, in fact, my monitor just went dark. I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. My cat knocked over something and turned off my monitor. Just give me a moment. Okay, that was fun. So anyway, the X-Air. So I guess a director bought. Wow, that was yesterday, 12/19. That was after hours too. Some director bought 1.2 million shares at $1.63 a share. Bought 1.2 million shares at $1.63 a share. That is for the X-Air. All right, that was disclosed after the market closed yesterday. You can see the big pop. How do I get into my account every time I get the page with the eagle on it? What account are you trying to get into? Exactly. McNally, TM1. Are you a subscriber to our downloadable app? But okay, but are you trying to, like, I'm not sure what you're trying to do. Oh, you're new. Okay. And are you a subscriber to what subscription do you have? So are you using a PC? So you're trying to download have you downloaded the application yet? In other words, can you see my screen? Because you should. Okay, so do you have a toolbar that looks like this? Have you downloaded the application? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this at the top? So if you have a toolbar, that means you're in the application. Now you can load a layer or go to our channel bar. You click on dock channel bar, you'll see we have some theme-based channels. I am also sharing a lot of scans, but you're so new that you might not know how to load a scan. If you give me, maybe half an hour or so, wait for the market to open. If you don't know how to load a scan, I can show you how, or you can create your own, of course. But the other thing too is before you do anything, I don't know if you've already done this. Let me just go to my home page. Before you do anything, if you click on my homepage link, and you see where it says get started. If you haven't done that yet, please do that. Okay. You might not have to do everything, but it starts off with a download and an install. Your first startup and login talks about the toolbar, layout styles. This is important, the introduction to scans and what are top list windows and what are alert windows. They're only 10 short videos, okay? But I think you probably should do something like that before you start, if you haven't done that already, okay? It is a software program. You don't have to learn everything about the software, but at least those videos will give you the basics. It is not available on the web-based version, no, because you need to have access to Brokerage Plus. So no, it's not available. You need to have access to Brokerage Plus, and Brokerage Plus is not available in the web-based version. Good morning, Mo Skelto in our YouTube room. Now, the contest, you can't join the contest now anyway, though. Okay, the contest, the sign up for the contest was over, I don't know, around sometime midday yesterday. All right, guys, 9:13. Well, let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. So Steve H, did you download the app? You have to have the so if you did you pay the $7 and whatever, $7.70? Now, when you say you can't open the SIM account, okay? So do you have Brokerage Plus? Okay. Do you have Brokerage Plus? Can you see my screen? Do you have a screen that looks like okay? So now you have two things you can do. So first of all, does it say not connected? If you click on SIM, then that should change to simulator, okay? And then all you have to do is click on it, and then you should see this holiday portfolio master contest. Okay. When you say it does nothing though, so when you click on SIM, does it change to account? And then if you click on account, you should have these two options, simulated trading default and holiday portfolio master contest. Right beside the ask, right beside that ask button or the ask. So you have a red ball, in your toolbar. If you're looking, can you see my toolbar? Can you see there's a green ball? That means I have a live connection. Yeah, I'm sorry. When you say no green, you mean no, it is green or or no green? Is it red? Is that ball red? Okay, so I think you mean it is green. Okay, so you do have a live connection. I don't know what you mean by that. Then you're saying that the live trading is red. I don't know. You might have to go to our accounts. I'm not sure how I can help you. It should be fairly simple if you're connected, and then you've got Brokerage Plus. You've got it up and just like I've got it on my screen. And then when you click on Sim, it should change to simulated trading default or something like that. And then you just click on that box then you just pick or holiday portfolio master contest. If it's not happening, I'm going to have to send you to our account. Anything is possible, Steve. I won't have access to your account. So why don't I send you to our homepage? Okay, and you can ask them to check your account to see what might be going on. Give them the email. Your thing is, if you signed up for, well, just give them your email, okay? Then they'll be able to check your account. Hard for me to know, really. Well, here's our homepage. No, 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 no. Don't give me your email. Let me just delete that. Oops. So go to the homepage. Okay, I just put the link there, and then where it says need help, just click on the need help. And then click on ask and then say, hey, listen, I'm part of this 770. Here's the email address I think I used anyway to sign up for it. And then they can check your account, tell them what's going on. Maybe they can, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless you still have to fill in those exchange agreements, I guess. But they'll check your account, okay? I just can't do it. Is it possible to change the default save and documents to another location? I have no idea. Maybe it's possible. I really don't know. I've never thought about that in the 14 years I've had the program. So I really don't know. Maybe Pepe knows. Again, that could be a question to go to our homepage and ask that question. Okay, guys, I guess I won't have time to yeah, go over the upgrades and downgrades. So let's just take a look at the sectors. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Scroll down a little bit to the Show More and then scroll down until I see Sector Status. So we're in for a negative open. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 72% in green. What does that mean? That means that 72% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. But as I say, we're in for a negative open, and that's why not all of them, but most of the major sectors are less than 50%, in the red. So here's consumer staples, 87%, tech, 87%, etc. Okay. And that's we're 10 minutes before the market opens. A lot can change, of course, once the market opens, but that's what we're seeing right now. And now, did XLE finally close yesterday above the 200-day moving average? And the answer is yes. All right. So now the only sector that is below the 200-day moving average, I think, is going to be XLP, which is staples. Now there's that blue line on my daily chart for XLP staples, consumer staples. So that is still below the 200-day moving average. That is the only major sector that is below the 200-day moving average. Everything else is well above it. And the SPY, we're having a bit of a weak open, but the SPY is so close to an all-time high still. Right up here. Closer and closer and closer. 479.98, say 480. Okay, maybe I do have a little bit of time. William, did you check your did you see your blue this morning with that massive financing they've done at $1.50, but raising 100, they're raising $125 million at $1.50. All right, let me do a quick look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Okay, okay, I've got an echo going in YouTube. Just give me a moment. Okay, there we go. Let's see if there's anything that's kind of interesting. Okay, take a look at macrogenetics, MGNX. MGNX. What I'm looking for is that they have an upgrade price. I want to see where it is in relation. So it's been upgraded to 13 by Citigroup. Okay, so it's at 980 now. So there's an upgrade for macrogenics that could be interesting. MGNX. Spirit, SPR. Let's take a look at Spirit. Spirit has been upgraded by Morgan Stanley to $35. Ooh, Discover. DFS. Let's take a look at what the current price is compared to what the upgrade price is. Yeah, so Discover has been upgraded by Citigroup with a price target of 133. Take a look at some of the downgrades, see if there's any. Wow, there's a big downgrade list. What I'm looking for is something that looks like it might be out of whack in terms of the price that it's been downgraded to. Yeah, I really don't see anything that looks crazy. Maybe FND. FND? No, been downgraded to 115. It's at 111 now. All right. And again, WW on the march again because of that $14 price target put on them by Guggenheim. All right, guys. Mara continues to make new highs here. WULF, this was active yesterday. It sold off from the highs. That's above yesterday's high. Yeah, okay. So again, this is another crypto play. Boy, the cryptos are so hot right now. Coin on the move. I see why GIS didn't show up earlier. It's only down 3%. So when I was looking, I guess it wasn't down 3%. Now it's down a little bit more than 3%. It's just because of the filter I've got. There's GIS, as William pointing out, earnings play. And of course, FedEx, but you're talking about the ones this morning. Look at Bitcoin, BITO. I mean, I know it's not Bitcoin, but boy, BITO ripping. WW over 9 now with that big upgrade to 14. Winnebago. Okay, let's take a look at Winnebago. Yeah, my little earnings layout list, pretty not too much happening, but there is the GIS. And sorry, so Winnebago, okay, so not very much volume. That's why it's not showing up on my other scan. Winnebago, and what was the other one you had there? TTC, another one that's can be very, very active. Yeah, that's the reason 18,000 shares so far. Wow. Toro. So this has got maybe coming into a big resistance area around 102 for Toro. Maybe. Look at GPCR. GPCR, I don't know what the volume is, but I have this one thumbnailed. My other one of my other monitors. Less than 10 seconds, guys, for the market to open. Keep an eye on GPCR. Had a nice recovery day yesterday. Okay, guys. Typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Gotta let things settle down. However, I may make an exception. We had the we had some alerts in the combo scan yesterday, but they all were at a high, all butting into a high. So consequently, I did not take any of those trades. They're all butting into a daily high. So I didn't take any of those trades. Hopefully today it might be a little bit different. Well, there's Mara. Mara right at that 24 now. That's the price target for by Guggenheim, right at that price target. And a firm from yesterday, wow, over 51 now. with their pay now, or sorry, buy now, pay later. Big news with was it Walmart? So well below the lifetime high, but surging. What a bunch of days it's had. 26, basically a double in what, 3 weeks? November 27th, basically a double since then. Now I saw this one in the pre-market, IMVT. So this is making a well, market low. The pre-market low is way down here at 33.72. So it's had a nice bounce. It did have some. It did have news drops after failure of rivals autoimmune therapy. RDHL. Remember this one from a few weeks ago? Remember this one? RDHL got up to 330 3 weeks ago. Ooh, FLNC guys, Fluence Energy, FLNC is weak. It's coming into the 200-day moving average. 2248 is the 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. So Fluence FLNC is weak. I don't see any specific reason, but they did have some news yesterday, but the news looked good. And there's Tattoo. Now, Tattoo, I think, did a bunch of reverse splits, or at least one, because I don't believe this is, I sort of remember this. Yeah, you can see, yeah, look at this. Lifetime. It's basically at the low of its lifetime range. But when you look at it, you think, well, how can that be? That's because it's done a bunch of reverse splits. If I go to a monthly chart, you'll see reverse split adjusted what the price, we're talking about $3,000 and maybe even more. I don't know. Yeah, look at this. Crazy. 18, almost $19,000 split adjusted. Anyway, it's having a day. Low float, 4 million in the float. Oh, all right. GCT guys, GCT. Let's take a look here. The low yesterday was 1514. So it's getting thumped to start. There's Annie. Too bad, Yesterday we had Annie and Cypher in our combo scan. If it had done this, we would have been laughing. Are you kidding me? CGC did a reverse split. Jeez. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. What was the ratio draw? Maybe it's going to be here. Was it maybe 10 to 1 or so? I'm trying to think because that stock was underneath. That was well under a dollar. Yeah, thanks. 1 to 10. Okay. Wow. So again, I don't like to trade in the first 15, for these reasons. WWF popped up, but if you had chased it right at the beginning, probably you would have got stopped out more than likely, because then look what happened. Got down to 872, depends where you put your stop, of course, but now maybe it's settling down a bit. When you look left on the daily chart for WW, looks like 927 is the next high looking left. And if it can clear that, almost up to 10, almost is the next high. So it's right at that high, 927, 927. So it's a little bit above it. And then again, the next high is 981. So it would have some room until it hits that next high. All right, guys, this is no, I can't tell. If this is a Bitcoin play or AI play combination. I just don't know anymore. Actually, is it a crypto slash AI play? I just don't know anymore. Some of these, companies, they change their their business plans. Well, the next high looking left is 287 or so on the weekly chart, 290 or so for CAN. All I'm waiting for is something to show up in this scan here. Okay, the normal option activity plus the 10-day daily break slash Pepe. And on the move, guys. Can on the move. Look at the market. Look at this market coming back here. Big green bar. Another little over 5 minutes for this to close, but this is a nice big green bar. CVNA continues its, I call it craziness. I guess it's that high float, short float percent. But there's CVNA. All right, so CAN showed up, but let's take a look. When I say it showed up on that the combo scan, but it's coming right into that high, which basically prevents me from taking it. And even if it did get over that, I mean, I think that three could block it. So, I'm hoping we get something that is not so cheap in that combo scan today. Yeah, so that red line that you see on the weekly chart and on the daily chart, that is the next high on the daily chart, okay? If I expanded this daily chart out, you would see that there's a high up here. You can see actually it's way back here in this week in I guess that what is that? August? Look at this market, guys. Big. Well, I hate to say call it recovery, but we had a negative open, but this is recovering smartly. What is BA stock similar? Not sure what you mean by that trade. Are you talking about an ETF? Are you talking about maybe is there an ETF for Boeing? I don't know. Pepe may know. You'd have to. I don't. I have not seen one before. I've never heard of one before. But yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know if there is an ETF specifically for Boeing, like there is for Nvidia, etc. Yeah, stock. But he's at stock unhinged. Stocks unhinged. He's asking, is there a specific ETF for Boeing that has been created for Boeing, like the ones for Nvidia? Okay. Like you want to short NVIDIA, NVDS, it's a specific ETF created just for NVIDIA. Actually, if you want to, yeah, if you want to, yeah, you want to short it, you would buy this. Okay. But yeah, not to, yeah, Pepe saying the same thing. Not to our knowledge, is there one for specifically for Boeing? All right, guys. So we're at 50, almost 15 minutes in. Now I can start looking to see if anything has really kind of settled down. Well, that GCT, I mentioned the GCT, but it is a real choppy one. We're down to 15, pop right back up to 1537. And this big giant green candle almost wiping all this out in the pre-market. Yeah, LQR. That was, I made a comment, kind of a crazy press release, just trying to pump the heck out of it. It worked, but it's now basically flat. I mean, it worked. Pumped it all the way up to 652. It's too bad. Gee, I wish GCT just had not done that big bottoming tail. Look at GCT now. Next low looking left. I mean, that's $1.60 away. Okay, GIS. It's at a it's an earnings play today. Earnings play today, pre-market, big gap down, pretty big gap down. It will pop up. Maybe it's giving it up now. Only on the London exchange though, right, that buyer? Wonder why on the London exchange and not the, US exchanges, considering it's but as American a company as you can get. How's X doing? Speaking about American companies, how is X doing? Yeah, I for this merger to ever happen with, the Japanese steel company. Mentioned this one a little while ago, this Fluence. I mean, it had a big bottoming tail, then it came right back up, and now this. So right into the 200-day moving average, FLNC, right into the 200-day moving average at 22.48. Will that hold it? Will it hold it? Will that act as support? Or will it crash right? If it does get through that, the next low is 20.39. It's $2 away. But will that act as support? Right now, it's trying to act as support. And Bitcoin plays, guys, or crypto plays, Hive. Yeah, there's the next high looking left, very close. I just want to see something that has some room to move without bumping into the next high looking left. That's triggering, of course, on my scans. Ah, you know what? Look what has come back, guys. Look what has come back. So Steelcase was down quite a bit here, $11, and it has really, really bounced back. This is an earnings play, released earnings after hours. But what a comeback for Steelcase. You know, this is when they had earnings. This week they had earnings. This is back in September. That was their last earnings release, and look what it did all that week. There's no half day this week, not that I'm aware of. And of course, Christmas Day it's closed on Monday, but I don't think there's a half day next week. Yeah, so it's only so the only market holiday is Monday, right? So I do have a promo code, guys. I got the 25% off promo. So stick around if you want to get. I was telling people to hold off on taking out a subscription, and now the 25% promo is live. And Canada, it's not an. I don't think it's an official holiday anymore. It used to be, but I don't think it's an official holiday anymore. Boxing Day, though most companies take it off. Treks are for kids. Okay, guys, here's Trex, Trex. This one, I saw this one yesterday. Look at Steelcase. I'm sorry, that is a what a crazy, crazy reaction. Yeah, that wouldn't be a yeah, that would not be just a Quebec thing. It would be the most of Canada. Look at Steelcase. That is a crazy reaction. You know, all the people that were holding Steelcase going into earnings yesterday, and then bailed here, and now they wake up to this. That is SCS, guys. SCS, Steelcase, SCS. 2-year high now. Man, look at this go. Steelcase go, guys. So, you know, I mean, because this is not I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the year. You know, this is only gives a few alerts anyway. And what we're finding, at least yesterday and today, is that they're sort of the cheap ones and coming right into resistance. So you know, you shouldn't be taking the trade. So, you know, I'm going to have to start looking elsewhere. So, for instance, here's the 10-day daily breakout, 1297. And let's take a look at the breakdown. Look at WW. See how choppy? Look at these bottoming tails and topping tails for WW. Big, big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Well, all I can say, guys, is don't trade out of boredom, okay? It doesn't set up according to your plan. Don't trade out of boredom. Nice shading on the AUVI. Okay. SCS showed up. Again, look at this high right there, 343, 1343, and break it. Can it break it? This is an earnings play. Well, guys, I mean, this is getting frustrating. I mean, I hope, this has got a lot of promise if it can really break through this high here. This is showing up in in the scan, in the combo scan, a normal option activity plus a 10-day daily breakout. But so far, yesterday and today, we're seeing stocks that are coming right into that high when you look left on a daily chart. Let me take a look on a monthly chart where it could go if it can break that out, break through that. Yeah, so the next high on a monthly chart, this is back in 2 years ago, over 2 years ago, September, is 1430. Where can you find the combo scan? I can show you. Just give me a moment. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. You click on it. Yeah, here's the promo code, guys. Now the Barry 25 for 25% off. Okay, I'm going to go over this in a bit, but if you're looking for my scans, just scroll down until that you see that middle section. Here are my scans, and if you click here, and then at the bottom here, bottom right, is the abnormal option activity scan. Okay, and the combo scan. Okay, I'm going to go over what it means in a bit, maybe around 10-15. Oh, I will trade, Miko. But I'm selective. I will trade. Okay, this SCS. Well, it gets to 1345. That'll get me interested. You can just see how that high, that red line you see on the chart, that is the next high on the daily chart. You just can't see it on this daily chart. I'd have to scroll back 2 years before you could see it, but that is just kind of blocking it right now. Hopefully, because it's 2 years ago, it won't matter that much. But I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell, Miko. Okay, you have to, it has to be according to your trading style and plan. All I can do is point out this is a okay, guys, in it. Let's see if this it can really start to fly from here. Come on, give me now. I don't listen. I don't. I'm in kind of scout mode. Okay, I'm just not anticipating like a tremendous trend. I mean, it's pretty extended right now. I do get that. All right, guys. You know what? I'm taking myself out of it for minor gain. I will take a look at it again if it gets into the 1350s. Yeah, I mean, it broke above that high, but not that much above, and just didn't want to keep running. Now it's super extended. I do get it. There's Can on the move. Can is on the move. CAN. AI slash crypto play. I don't know. However, for me, it's just too close to three. It's just way too close to three for me. Now, if this holds this level, Steelcase hold, SCS holds this level, gets into the 1355. So I might get back in. Okay. Come on, hold the 1350s. I just want to see it hold 1350 ish, like 53, 54. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just watching for this SCC to get back. Want to see it like hold into like 1354. Just clear this that last high. And then there's Blink, BLNK. Another one that's coming into. Look at that high right there on the daily chart. Just not enough room for me to get too interested. Well, I just looked at the monthly chart for it, and there seemed to be room. Okay, seemed to be room. Maybe one more pop. Yeah. So I mean, when I looked at the monthly chart, I had to go back 2 years, I think. Over here. I mean, there might be something happening on the weekly, but the monthly chart is back in over 2 years ago, and there's a high of 1430. But it's up to you, of course. Morning, PJ. Yeah, they look at Tilray. So Tilray is, I don't know why, the cannabis plays doing something today. I know CGC did a reverse split, a 1 for 10 reverse split, effective today. Excuse me, effective today. Yeah, I didn't have enough time to look at this Liquidia, whatever it's called. Wow. Also, yeah, there were a lot of shares available for me to short. Almost 4 million in Interactive Brokers. Wow. Okay, I've taken some off. I don't wish I hate to trade against somebody. You're saying you've shorted SCS. So I've taken some off, not all of it though. I hate to go against somebody in the room. Jeffro. I mean, that worked out not badly. I mean, I got in the first time, made just a little bit, and then I waited for that 13, what I considered, basing for me anyway, enough over 1350 for me to take it. I got in at 1353. And I don't know what to expect. I mean, that's a crazy trader. What it did after hours all the way down to 11. I mean, it looked like a disaster. Okay. So we've had, decent success so far. I mean, if you took it right at 1330 or thereabouts, I mean, that's great. That's the SCS. I did not do that. I was, looking at that high. But if you were a little less conservative than me, 1330, we're at 1372 now. Even the can, 274, 284, not fabulous or anything, but not bad. Okay, guys, 10:12. I think I'm gonna start doing my little spiel a little bit earlier. Go. Okay, guys, just waiting on this SES to see if it has any more movement in it. 14 is the next level. For me, whole numbers. When I say level, I'm always aware of where the whole numbers are, of course. Wow. Pepe, did you take it? Okay, any is showing up. Any is showing up now also in the in the combo scan. Now let's take a look. Again, there is the next high looking left. The weekly chart is at 274. Ah, I don't know. I just don't have I don't have the confidence that it's going to break that and get close to 3. And any is a crypto play. Well, definitely more activity today than well, for me anyway, than from compared to yesterday. So any showed up in our AI also. Okay, right here at 234. So that's a nice percentage move for the AI, our AI. Okay, guys, let me go over my homepage. And I say we now have a promo code for 25% off. Okay, so here is my click on my link, and this is what you're going to see. So there's the promo code you can use now. Okay, Barry 25. You'll get 25% off the first month or the entire year. And if you click on Get Traded, whoops, no, I forget the 15%. So if you do take out a subscription, you have to do the Get Started. Okay, it'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. I wouldn't care about doc layout. Okay, I don't know why they put that in here. I don't think that's important. but introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Again, this is a software program. There is a bit of a learning curve. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free series of videos that I think can really help you if you are new to trading. I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Okay, that's it for me and the SE. The only way I'll get into it again if it breaks over 14. I'm talking about the SCS. So the trade of the week, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. We have a big education section right here. Here's our user guide. There's the getting started again. Now, a little more in depth about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. I would really pay attention to how to put a price alert on a chart. I use it all the time. This is again, it's a software program. You don't have to learn everything that's in the guide, okay? It's like any other software program, you pick and choose kind of what you want, but for sure, you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to take a look at stock racing, okay? But also price alerts, okay? This is the Getting Started series again. Daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And last, well, not last. Now, all I ask is this. If you do take out a subscription at some point in time, please use my promo code, okay? This will really help the room. It'll help to keep this room free. This is a free room. And the way we keep it free is by if and when you decide to take out a subscription, you use my promo code, okay? Now, if you want my scans, and you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit and to the center section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this is the one I concentrate all day long, the abnormal option activity and the 10-day daily breakout combo scan, as I call it. But this is what I use in the pre-market, okay? If you want to find the stocks that are moving in the pre-market, gapping up or down, pre-market act is up or down. This is the Halts Resume over here. This is a momentum scanner right here. This is my abnormal option activity scan right here. But I do have other scans that I am sharing, including the breakouts, which you cannot see. It's on another monitor, the breakouts. And I will explain what the combo scan is all about. Okay, so first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. Okay, this is not special for this contest we've got going on. This is the way it is. Again, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And what is TradeID is, we are a scanner, okay? A lot of screening programs out there that you can buy, but we screen, of course, but we are a real-time scanning piece of software. And let me explain what I mean by that. So if I click, this is a momentum scan. So if I right click on it and click on configure and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, and the volume in the last minute is 1,000% or more of normal, this is what gives us the momentum. volume in the 5 minutes at 400% of normal. If all of these filter values are met, the screening values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, so the last one that came in that met all the filter requirements was SPH at 10:22 Eastern time. The price was 17.97. Met all these filter requirements and made a new high. Since then, it's now 10:20, 10:23 right now. Ah, there we go. So MYNZ just made a new high. Okay, meeting all of these filter requirements. That's what we are tremendous at. Okay, real time alerting. So if you like my scan the way it is, fine. But of course, oh, come on. Again, I've got so much going on that well, look at the FLNC. I mentioned this a while ago. So if you like my scan the way it is, great. But obviously, if you don't like that price range or you don't like something else about it, you can always remove a filter. You can add a filter. Okay. This is what I like to see, but it's not necessarily what you want to see. If you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Now, again, if you're new, don't get hung up on how many of these real-time alerts that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. Right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and new low of the day. But if I scroll down, we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Again, don't look at this and think this is way too complicated. I can't learn them all. The good news, you don't have to learn them all. Okay. There might be something depending on what, what your experience as a trader is. You might scroll down here and see, I know what that means. Maybe I'll use that. And again, if you keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. And again, the only reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, that meant that with the thousands of customers they had, they would have to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Now, of course, I'm sharing a lot of my scans that you can have. We also have scans here. All right. For some reason, I've got NKTX. Wow, I made that alert back on October 17th. NKTX, I made that alert on October 17th. I guess in case it broke out. I know why. Right there, you can see exactly why. They take out that high of that week, and it's got a little bit of room to 460. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but and you see how the price alerts worked. If you create a price alert and you minimize the screen, you don't have to have this screen up and running. Well, you have to have it running, but you don't have to have it up taking space on your monitor. Best thing to do, in my opinion, is to minimize it, and then when you get an alert, it'll just pop up on your screen, so you won't miss them. Now we have a lot of scans here also. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. There are a lot of scans in here. Okay. When this company started, there were no real built-in scans, but we have so many built-in scans now. I would say that for the majority of people, they can probably find something that suits their trading style, and then they can always adjust it to a price range they like, maybe a minimum volume that they like. Okay, so let me explain this combo scan that I love. Okay, that Pepe put together for us. I did not see the news. I did see that DXE was showing up on my on the scan to short. I did not see the news though. Wish I Yeah, too bad. I wish I'd seen the news through the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so the president and CEO is booted effective immediately. That's never a good sign. Before I keep going here, guys, keep an eye on the LQR. I mean, this was a nutty one this morning. Okay, now it's trying to hold on to 4. So it's still up 6%. Got up to way up here, 652. Very low float. Had some press release saying we're going to do this and that just popped the stock up. Came right back down to basically flat. Maybe trying to move a little now. The VWAP is at 497, so maybe that's a bit of a magnet for it. Well, even can from the combo scan. I didn't take it. Okay, so I am an intraday trader. Okay, well, I'll brand myself as an intraday trader. I'm not really a swing trader. I don't swing trade very often. So my entire goal every single day is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. Because why do I want to get into something unless it's trading abnormally? But what does abnormally mean? No. Two ways I find stocks that are trading abnormally. The first way is using the relative volume filter. So you can see any as an example. The relative volume is 43. That means that up to this time of day at 10:30, an hour into the market, this is trading 43 times what it would normally be trading up to this time of day. We have a baseline. I think it's the 30 days. Okay. Please don't go back 30 days at 10:30 every single day and say, wait a minute, that's not 43. Just accept the fact that this is trading abnormally. Okay. And I say that because we get people that are, I don't know, they've got too much time on their hands and they nitpick. That's all I'm going to say. They just kind of nitpick things to death. So anyway, this is trading very abnormally relative volume. Okay. But look what else it's doing. So in this abnormal option activity scan, I don't trade options. But another way that we can find stocks that are trading abnormally is how about their option volume? Is it abnormal also? Okay. So if a stock has abnormal volume and also has abnormal option volume, that combination can be very, very powerful to focus on those stocks. So look at any option volume today is 3,254 contracts as we speak. That is 1,154% or 11.5 times normal. So not only is it trading really abnormally option wise, but volume wise, but also option wise. So if we can get a combo of a stock that is trading like abnormally for both, that makes it very, in my opinion, interesting to follow. So this is what we did. So I have this 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. And this is the don't repeat version. That's why it says DR. But SCS was, so we had an alert for SCS at is 1297. 1297 right there. And you can see that, or on this side, this every time SCS made a new high, you would see it here. Okay. This is the don't repeat version. And I like to see this because I can kind of go back and say, well, what happened from that first alert? Because I have the time of the alert and the price, and I can kind of click on it and say, well, what happened from that alert? So this is again, the don't repeat in the abnormal option activity. So when you look over here, you see that BHVN The alert was at 10:23, 37.94, and but every time it made a new high, you will see it here, 38.40 now. But what I was noticing is that if a stock appeared on both of these, okay, on the breakout and the breakdown, if it appeared here also, then it was really something we should be watching, you know? And I don't know. I looked at this, I don't know if it was 2 months ago, 3 months ago, a month and a half ago. I can't really remember because these are independent scans. They're independent to each other. And I said, wow, I'm finding that stocks that are appearing in both of these, we should be watching. And I think I said out loud, be nice if we could have some kind of a way instead of having to actually check the lists and compare them to see which stock was showing up in both. Be nice if we could have something that automatically did it for us. And that's why I call this Pepe. Those Pepe posts every now and then. And so he put this together. He basically combine these two so that if a stock appeared in these scans, it would show up here. Okay, so now we don't have to kind of peruse the list to check to see what scans are common. Made it so much easier. Okay, so that's why I call this the combo scan. And yes, I am sharing it. But what we were finding is that, I mean, look at CAN now. I mean, I didn't take it. I was a little worried about that daily resistance, but look at that, 274, 308 now. That's a great percentage move if you took it. But what we were finding over the last 3 weeks or so, we were getting tremendous results from that scan to the point that that's all I really wanted to trade, just things from that scan. Yesterday, the problem with it was that every scan, we only had 4 alerts from it. And every time I clicked on an alert, it was very, very close to a red line, meaning it was coming into what I considered resistance. And none of them broke through. So I didn't take any of the trades yesterday from it because it was just too close what I thought to the resistance. Today, that resistance doesn't seem to have mattered so much. So I think that, if you're new to trading, one of the overwhelming things you have about, especially if you're looking at my screen, you're thinking, my goodness, look at all these alerts. What am I supposed to do? Well, if you could just concentrate on just a few alerts a day, probably at beginning, even myself though, that's all I want to do. I've been trading for many years. But if I can find a scan that just lets me concentrate on a few stocks all day long, because you can use this like a watch list. I mean, any one of these stocks can set up later on in the day at a different level, perhaps. Or if you look at CAN, for instance, you might look at CAN and go, well, I don't want to take it now, but what if it pulls back to the VWAP 274? Maybe if it pulls back, I want to know about it. So you just put a price alert there. I'm a momentum trader. I like to see things near the high and low of the day. Doesn't mean I just chase them because they're at the high, but I know a lot of you would much rather play something or take a trade if it pulled back to a certain level. Maybe it's the VWAP, maybe it's to a moving average that you like, and that's fine. Not really, Kevin. I mean, resistance, your idea of resistance, my idea of resistance, if you're talking of breaking through that particular line, all you really have to do, because again, if you're talking this scan here, look how you're only going to get maybe probably average 5 or 6 a day, maybe. Okay. So all you really have to do is when you get the alert and you see that red line, just put a price alert there. Okay, that's all you do. Just put a price. That's all I was doing with the steel case. Just put a price alert there, and then if it breaks it, then you'll know about it. Okay, so it's not like you have 100 alerts coming in here, and then you're madly putting price alerts. Well, yeah, you can. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You when you see that red line, so there it is. Okay, see if I can find another one. Okay, there's a red line for Cipher, right? It's at 403, so I'll just put a price alert just a little bit above it. Okay, so there's that little blue line. So I've just done it. No, but again, if you're using something like this, you're only going to get a very, very few alerts. But this is one that showed up yesterday in that combo scan. But it came. There was a yesterday. That red line was down here around 376. That way, and it never it broke it by a couple of pennies, and then it came right back down. Don't be sorry, Michael. Yeah, price alerts are very powerful. So let's again. I just want to go over it again just to show you how it works. So to your price alerts can be loaded from here. You just click on new, loaded. I mean, just added or opened. And there's your price alerts window. If you open it, you'll have nothing in it, of course, if you've never made a price alert before. Just give me a moment, guys. So if I want to put a price alert a little bit above here, well, first of all, here's my price alert window. Okay, this is my price alerts window. So when it says working, these are price alerts that I put in the past. Okay, probably should get rid of a lot of them. And then when it says trigger, that means it triggered. Okay, it actually hit the alert. And the way I do it is I sort on the trigger time column. So I'll see it right at the top. I can put a sound alert on it because sometimes I do wander away from my computer. I have a wireless headset, so I wander away sometimes, and I'll hear the sound that this makes. It'll pop up on my screen. I know the sound alert that I put on here. Okay, and I'll go over sound alerts in a bit. So the best thing to do though is to minimize it. You minimize the window because there's no point in it taking up any screen space. You don't have to do it. And in fact, I think it's way better to do it this way because if I minimize the window, and now watch, I'll put a price alert right here, a little bit over, say 39.90 or $39. Typically, I don't put any notes. I just save it. So all I did, you see what happened? It hit 39. It popped up on my screen. Can't miss it. Even changes colors for you. Okay, you can't miss it. And I heard the sound it makes because I have a sound alert on this window. So if I had got up from my chair and went somewhere, I would hear that alert. I know this sound alert. So that's how I would use it. Minimize it, and then it'll pop up on your screen. Simple. I mean, it's so simple to do. Creating these price alerts. And if I want to create a price alert, maybe I want to create, let's do it on this one. Um, let's take a look at can. So remember I said, maybe you want to take it on a VWAP, if it pulls back to the VWAP. The VWAP is at 279 right now. Now the VWAP it moves. I mean, it's not going to stay there all day, that number all day. But let's just put a price alert there. I'll put it around 280. So again, you go to your chart, you right click, and then create price alert. If you've eyeballed it well enough, I said at 280, but you obviously can change the price right up here. And again, I typically don't put a note in. Okay, so now if this pulls back to that VWAP area, I'll know about it. Meanwhile, SCS, you see what happened? I put a price alert at 1390, popped up on my screen. Well, you'd want it to pop up though, Michael, because the whole idea of it popping up is then you click on the alert and then you can see what's happening on the chart. You'd want it to pop up. There's no reason why you would not want it to pop up on your screen, in my opinion, anyway. Because when it pops up, then you click on the alert and then you can see what's happening on the chart. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, that means you'd have to type the symbol in. That's going to take you longer, in my opinion. How are you going to where are you going to put it then in your brokerage platform? Like, how are you going to put it in your brokerage platform? To me, it makes more sense. It pops up, you click on it, and loads into your platform immediately. I mean, it's up to you, but don't you think that's easier than now having to type it in? Okay, guys, let me do a sound check. I know you guys can hear me on YouTube. Somebody's saying they don't have sound. So I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. And then for Stu Tom, you might have to do a refresh. Okay, thanks. So I have to, he can't hear me, so I'm going to have to text or post something. Sorry, I didn't mean to say Stum Tom, Stu Tom. So, and I talked about, I haven't actually talked about linking. Okay. So we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay. Now this window that is called Brokerage Plus. I don't go over this that often about linking with Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. You can do it. I mean, you can if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas only if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Okay. I typically just like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Okay. But I think it confuses people sometimes because I may hear the tail end because we get so many emails saying, well, I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. I guess I can't use Trade Ideas. No, 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 no. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't, we're completely independent. We're a scanner. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. But we have a nice feature, a very, very nice feature. And it's called external linking. So if you didn't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, we have what's called this external linking tool. If you click on tool, and then again, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. Okay. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. And what it is, it's just a big time saver. You just follow the instructions, the external linking, add the link, you follow the instructions, and we link with most brokerage platforms, meaning that if I click on a symbol, I'll click on FLNC, and I use Interactive Brokers, and it loads right into my order entry and I trade from within Interactive Brokers. Okay, I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. I trade from within my Interactive Brokers account. So if you're somebody like me who's clicking on, a lot of symbols all day long, it'd be a real pain if I had to, I click on BHVN, I like what I see in the chart. Now I've got to type it into my order entry. No, it just automatically loads in to my order entry. To prove it to you, that this is not my order entry, but within Interactive Brokers, of course, I link all my windows together. So when I click on TOI, you see how it changes. And that's exactly what happened in the order entry. Okay. So it's just a great time saver. And we link with many platforms. Okay. Now, I can't tell you. I mean, if you have, I mean, I know we link with things like Thinkorswim and Ameritrade or whatever it's called now, Schwab, Ameritrade, Thinkorswim. Then if you're going to ask me about a specific platform that I'm not aware of, I can't tell you that. But we do link with many platforms. A lot of times it's just trial and error, the linking. Understanding that the platforms that we're linking with, they don't care that we can link with them. They're not trying to help us link. But most of the time, if you follow the instructions in that tool's external linking, most of the time, if you put your pointer, your mouse pointer in the order entry and then follow the instructions, most of the time that's good enough. But sometimes it's going to be trial and error. So you're talking about Binium. You're talking about this. You're talking about this scan right here. Okay. So, okay, so there is my homepage link. Okay, so who asked the question again? Binium. Okay, so again, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you'll see. Not quite. This is what you'll see. You'll be at the top here, and just scroll down until you see this. The center section are my scans, and then right at the bottom, right-hand corner, there it is. Yeah, you're right, Michael. They don't care whether we can link with them or not, but we link with many platforms. Sometimes it's trial and error to figure out how it works. But other than that, I mean, we do link with many platforms. Okay, so who asked that question? So do you understand how do you add it? Or how do you load that and then get it on your screen? If you don't, I'll run you through it. Well, I don't. We'll never have a Mac version. Okay, the web version. They're just keeping. What they're trying to do with the web-based version is keep adding to the functionality of it, in order that the Brokerage Plus window will be added. Okay, but I don't think there'll ever be what's called truly a Mac version. It'll be a web-based version, and I don't know when or if that'll happen. I mean, it's been in the works for a long time. So Biniam, did you get that? No, I mean, there are a number of people at Trade Ideas who have Macs, and of course, all they do is they just use an emulation program like Parallels, or I know Michael Noss uses Amazon Web Services. I mean, I understand if you're not prepared to do that. Okay, good. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm just look at the LQR. I mentioned this one as a. I know Shady just talked about it also. Um, LQR coming off four. Okay, guys. Let's see. 10:56. So yeah, I have another hour or so to go before Jamie takes over. Jamie confirmed that he will take over for me. Now I'm going to try to answer Michael Noss's question. That's what it was. Okay. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to answer a question that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas is has posed to me. So just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, guys. So again, this is a support room too, all right? So if you're sitting out there and wanting to ask a question, don't be shy. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. And by the way, guys, look at Shot. The trade of the week is still doing a pretty good job. Very good job, in fact. This is the trade of the week. This is a free service. You'll get the email before the market opens Monday morning. The trigger was 4:20. Okay, Monday morning, and it did trigger Monday morning at 4:20. And it's been a little bit choppy, but these are designed for longer term holds. But recognizing that this is a very crazy one, this is all about a shot that they well, it's called safety shot. I guess well, there it is, safety shot. And basically, their claim is that you take this and it'll alleviate the effects of hangover, reduce your blood alcohol content or alcohol content in your blood, things like that. Okay, whether it works or not, I haven't. They were selling on Amazon, I guess, but they completely ran out. Is that from you, real? I don't see it, so I'll have to click on your name. Yeah, I probably could do that. Okay, yeah, it's a good idea. I'll have to get the in. I'll have to. I did not sign an endorsement deal. I want to try it. I just for fun. I'm not a big drinker or anything, but I just for fun, I wanted to try it. It'll be a test case. It's probably a bunch of nonsense, but Pepe, you tried it? No, no, no. Okay, you're asking me how I have no idea how high shot could go. I mean, I think Ollie was looking at if you read the email, first of all, if I had taken shot at 420 and on that day it went to 480, I'd be taking out at least half just based on how it's traded in the past. Okay. This is not an easy trader. Okay. So, yeah, maybe there's a chance it can get to six, but the next high on the daily chart is 548. All I can tell you is that if you took it around that 420 level and you took some off at 470, that's a great percentage move. But I cannot tell you to oh, you should get rid of everything now because I don't think it's going to move higher, or yes, I think it's going to go to six. And so you hold to six. Understand, I'm not a financial advisor and I'm not dumping on you. Okay. I'm truly not. But I have to be careful what I say. If I said to you, you know what, that email says it's getting to six, so I would hold on until it hits six or close. And then in the next 5 minutes, it tanks to four. and never gets above that. Okay. So, I just have to be careful what I say. It's a very choppy stock. Exactly. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Are you talking about shot, Erica? Oh, sorry, Lou. How you can get the trade of the week emailed? Okay, so just let me question from our YouTube room. Okay, so and last week's trade of the week. If you think this week has been okay, so Lou, just click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link. Okay, and you'll be at the top here. Scroll down until you see trade of the week. Okay, sign up for it. Last week's trade of the week probably was the best one ever. Yeah, yeah. I'll answer your question in a minute here or a second here. How about give me 30 seconds, Erica? Last week's trade of the week was Carvana. Can you believe it? Carvana, the trigger was 41. CVNA. No, do they all work like this? Of course not. But Carvana was last week's trade of the week. And on Monday, it didn't trigger. On Tuesday, it didn't trigger. And then on Wednesday, when the market had that massive, big move, and then a follow up the following day, look at it now. And again, these are designed for longer term holds. Okay, but understand how you trade them is completely up to you. Steve lays it out in the email, but you've got to have a trading plan. You may not agree with the stop he puts. You have to have a trading plan. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, and it seems to happen to a lot of people, check your spam folder, okay? And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. So regarding, well, and I mean, it depends, DT. I mean, if you're somebody who likes moving averages on a daily chart, and as long as it keeps holding, it doesn't move down below the daily, like a 15-minute or a 10 SMA, a 10 period moving average on a daily chart. I mean, this is up to you. You have to have some kind of a trading style, okay? That's what a lot of people will do though, unless it breaks a moving average on the daily chart, you can keep in the trade if that's your style of trading. But really, I without trying to sound flip, as long as it's working. I mean, if he said, "Well, hold it, until 6," as an example. Well, if it got to 6 and it was still working, nobody in their right mind would get out of it, I don't think. I mean, it's still working, you could keep holding it, so it could be a week, could be a month, could be a day. So, as far as shot is concerned, again, this is an awfully, awfully choppy one. So there's the VWAP, 482. I mean, it's possible. I mean, it looks like it tried to hold the VWAP. Maybe put an alert down here. See if the VWAP holds it at 482. If it moves down to it, that's an idea, I suppose. Or you see I got this 8 EMA on my 15-minute chart and the 10 SMA. If you rather see it pull back to the moving averages, which actually look to be just about the same as the VWAP in this case, that's an idea. Give me a moment, please. Trading is not easy. Exactly. You have to put the time in. I mean, you have to understand when you look at a chart, you have to have some idea of what the chart is trying to tell you. And the only way you can do that is by looking at lots and lots and lots of charts, thousands of them. Now, that might sound like a daunting task, but you know, it's amazing how depending, if you're only looking at the market for a minute a day, I get it. But if you're in like me, 6 hours a day, you're clicking on lots and lots of charts. It's not that hard. It's not that difficult to get up to that 1,000 level. So what happens is eventually you click on a symbol and you size up, and you very quickly you can usually size up. Yeah, I want to take this trade, or no, I don't want to take this trade. Well, and that's also the other thing is that's why we have a simulator. Okay, so the simulator allows you to practice trading. And that's what you should do before you do anything, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. To use our simulator, which uses our real-time data, is all you need is our standard service. Okay? Our standard service. And you have to be using the downloadable application, not the web-based version. And then it's pretty simple to do. In fact, why don't I do this? 11, 12. I'll go over a little money management. So let's say I wanted to take this any right here, and I'm going to take 500 shares, and I'll explain why. I click the buy button and then send it. Okay, so I'm in this trade. Okay, this is in the simulator in a 281, and I'm going to put a stop at 261, and I'll explain why I'm doing all of this You will see when I do that, there'll be a red line on the chart that'll say approximately minus $100. There we go. Okay. So the way I trade, and I think the way everybody should trade, is that you have to have a reason for taking a trade. Okay. It just can't be, oh, this looks good. Okay. There has to be some kind of a reason to take the trade. And I have a checklist, and that's everything, unless I can check everything on my checklist, and it doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay. But I have a checklist. Most of the things are already checked based on my scans. In other words, I'm not going to see a stock outside of a price range that I like to trade. It's going to have a minimum volume that I need, probably a minimum relative volume. Okay, so a lot of the way I construct my scans, a lot of the things are already checked for me. I don't have to worry. Is this the right price range I want? Is this have enough volume that I want? Most of those things are already all those things are already checked. So my next step is when I click on an alert, then I look left. Okay, and I want to see. Okay, if I took this trade right now, where could it keep going until it hit the next high? Okay. But the first thing, even almost concurrent to that, though, almost concurrent to that, is saying to myself, okay, if I took this trade right now, where am I going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work? Okay, my stop. Where am I going to put my stop? Now, the way I do it is I typically take a look at a 15-minute chart and size up where I think there could be some support. And if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. It could be a VWAP. It could be something else, but a lot of times I'm looking at chart support. Okay, that's how I do it. Now, if I were starting out trading, though, because the idea of support, my idea of support, may be completely different from somebody else's. So what I would do is maybe take the low of maybe the previous, either the 15-minute candle or a 5-minute candle, the low of the previous one. The reason for doing that is a defined number. There's no guesswork. And that's why you can practice trying that. Okay. Maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. Assuming everything, the reason why you were going to take the trade made sense. And then, you could put your stop. Now, why I put my stop 20 cents away. Okay. I did that on purpose just to make the math easy. Because now the next step is, if I put my stop 20 cents away in this particular case, I would have to be able to look at a chart and think and say to myself, can I make 40 cents on this trade? Okay. If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I have to be able to look at a chart and say, I have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents. To risk 20 cents to make 40 cents. In other words, double. If I looked at the chart, and I didn't even do this here. I mean, I wouldn't have taken this, okay, because the next high looking left is 299, too close. But imagine if it was 350, okay. Well, that would have been far enough away that I could have taken that trade. Again, I just use this as an example because I'm not going to risk 20 cents to make 10 cents with an expectation of maybe only making 10 cents. Based on where the stock could stop moving higher. Yeah, the daily reversal, you're right. I'm not even using it anymore, and I'll have to fix it. You're absolutely right, Moskelta. Somebody mentioned that before. I forgot to fix it. Okay. Yeah, the daily reversal scan is not. I'll have to get. I have to get somebody to fix it for me. I don't control my home page, so I'll put a note to myself right now. Daily reversal fix. I think hopefully it's the only one. I must have deleted the link a long time ago. Okay, so and I'm doing that fairly quickly. I'm doing all this fairly quickly. I get an alert. Okay, where I'm going to work. If it doesn't work, where am I getting out of the trade? And then okay, if I got out, if it's a 20-cent stop, can I look left? Can I reasonably expect to make 40 cents? Now, just because, even if there's a dollar, if I'm risking 20 cents and the next high is a dollar away, doesn't mean it's going to do that. Okay. But I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor. Now watch, I might get stopped out. So that's the basic mechanism of how I take a trade. Now the next step is, okay, how many shares am I going to take? And I'm going to want to make the math very simple. So why did I take 500 shares in this case? Well, in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. Hopefully this makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you should not be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to demonstrate risking $100 a trade. So that's why I took 500 shares, because if I'm risking $100 a trade and the stop is 20 cents away, if I divide 20 cents into 100, you get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. So you can set up a spreadsheet with your risk per trade, which should be, and that's the other thing I do. I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 25 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet, you know, pointing to that, if you understand how to do it, pointing to that risk amount, and then all you have to do is your entry and your stop price, and that'll calculate how many shares you should take. Now, don't get hung up if it's, well, you should have taken 500 shares, but based on the calculation, and maybe it's run a couple of pennies, now I should only take 480 shares. Don't get too hung up on that. Obviously, if something is really, really, really quickly moving, especially early on in the day, it's going to be a little more difficult. But I would say to you, if you're new to trading, don't do that. Okay. I would back off trading in the first part of the day. So the next step, though, is I'll rephrase. If you can't make money in the simulator, forget about trying to make money once you trade live. Okay. Because when you're trading in a simulator, there's no pressure. If I get stopped out here, oh well, not my money, just play money. Okay. Unfortunately, and so until you can make money in the simulator, just forget about trying to trade live, because trading live, it becomes way more emotional. And this is what I mean. You can you can start making money in the simulator and feel confident, and if people might be sitting there saying, "Well, how long is that going to take?" I don't know. It could take a month, 2 months, could take a year, could be never. I hate to be, that blunt, but that's the reality. But the next very difficult thing to do sometimes is to obey your stop. You make money in the simulator. You're very confident now. You have your trading plan all mapped out, and then you get into a few trades, and they work, or you allow yourself to be stopped out. But then all of a sudden you get into one trade, and you think this is really going to move. The room is talking about it. It had great news. News is not a reason I take a trade. It's, to me, it's a bonus if there's news. Okay, good news, but it's not a reason. And so you take this trade, any as an example, and it starts moving down to your stop of 261. And you say, you know what? I'm just not going to obey my stop this time, because I just think it's crypto play. Everybody's talking about it. It's got room, on and on and on. So instead of obeying your stop, let it go down to 251, down to 241. Your manageable $100 loss turns into two, three, four, five, $600 before you finally give up, and you get out of the trade, and you kick yourself for not being for not obeying your stop. Okay. Scenario number one, almost as bad though, is not obeying your stop. You're down that $500, and then it does turn around for you. And now you're up a couple $100, and you say, "Oh, I'm so glad I did not obey my stop in this particular one." Can that happen? Of course it can. But in my opinion, money management is the absolute key to, if you want to try to, either make this a career, or even just, you're just trying to augment some of you have another job and you're just trying to augment your income. If you want to last doing it, you better have some money management. So that's it, guys. Off the soapbox. Practice trading. You can practice swing trading. If I don't get out of this trade, for instance, at the end of the day, I don't get stopped out. You can, and then I can say, okay, I'll keep it. And now, if I want to get out of this trade right now, I can flatten it, or I can get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Moscato, it will actually, it will do this. It will take advantage of something moving down. Also, it's just that nothing is triggered. On Monday, we're Wednesday now, right? Yeah, on Monday we had two fabulous ones that were on the way down. It's just that the only one you see, the only one that triggered on the daily breakdown today was DXC, and let me just see something here. Now that's interesting. Hmm, it should have triggered here too. Then it should have triggered. There's got to be a reason. Okay, Pepe. Flatten, just don't be embarrassed. Please, everybody who is out there and thinking, man, I have a question, but I don't want to be embarrassed by asking it. I don't want to feel, I don't want to use the word stupid, but I guess I use the word stupid. We all started out brand new. Okay. I wish I'd had something like this to go to every single day. And I'm not just talking about me. I mean, we got a lot of great traders in the room who are very, very helpful. But flattening the position just means getting out. Okay. Flatten just means getting out. So if I click on it right now, and I just got stopped out. You see, the stop worked. I got taken out. But if I could have gotten out before that, and I could have. So flatten just is flatten, get out of the position, sell it. In other words, sell it. Okay. Yeah, Pepe. Okay, so there it is in the 10-day daily breakdown, and there it is in the abnormal option activity. Unless it's a DXC. See how, unless I'm reading something wrong here, it's in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's in the auction scanner. The relative volume is fine. I mean, that's why it showed up here. Ah, you know what I think happened? I can tell. I think I know what happened. Hmm. You see how it is here, 5.56 now, and it's possible that at the time of it might be something to do with the relative volume. Yeah, you see, it had to be 8 here and here. I think that's the reason. Hmm. So that is the reason that all the filters weren't satisfied at both times of the alert. Okay, in that particular case. But you can have this scan. I mean, on its own. I mean, I was using this on its own. I love this on its own. Before we sort of recognized that. Well, wait a minute. Maybe we should be following the stocks that are similar in both. But I was loving this on its own, and it made it so if you want, okay, Moskelta. So this is reducing the relative volume to 6. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, most of the well, let's take a look at this one, the Hive. It's probably not a bad thing. You can experiment. I got this one, so I know it's getting super confusing probably, but this one, the relative volume has to be 8. And in this one, this is exactly the same. All the filters are the same, except we reduced the relative volume to 6 here. So you see there's DXC showing up here. Hive is showing up. SPH not showing up here. Now I don't know if Hive really was a good one or SPH was a good one, but you can just reduce the relative volume. And how you would do that is if you right click, if you have this scanned, you just right click on it, configure all, and these will both be checked, and then edit to selected. And you see where it says relative volume is 8. You can reduce that to 6. You'll get a few more alerts. Not saying they'll all be great, the additional ones that you get, but you can try it, reduce it to 6. In that particular case, DXC would have shown up. And hopefully I'm not losing people who are brand new. Like, don't worry about all this. These are for people who kind of understand, how to do something like this. Number one, not hard. So Marius, though, in this case, flatten means getting out of the trade. Okay, and the question was, what does flatten mean here? Using this button here, it means getting out of the trade. Okay, so the question is how to create a docked window. Okay, so again, soon you can. I'll show you, but you should go to the guide also because the guide is so good. It's a reference, of course. So I mean, I can show you how to do it, but you may forget. Okay, so if you go to the guide and click on the education section, and then click on the user guide, and then scroll until you see docking. Okay, so there's your reference. I will go over, docking a couple of windows, but there's your reference right there in the user guide. Okay. But I'll do one. I'll do one. Okay. I'll just it's docking is something that is not necessary. I mean, I do a few of I do a couple. I've got these docked, and that's all docking means. It means putting a bunch of windows so that you can move them all around at once. But for instance, I haven't docked these ones. Okay, these are independent. I've got sort of a combination of dock windows but here's how you would do it. So you click on new and then docked window. Give it a name. I usually name them all starting with dock, and I'll show you why. I'll just call this test though. Test W. I might have test already, so I'll make it test W. Just give it a name and say okay. So here it is, blank. Okay, it's blank. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these two windows, these two scans into this dock. So it's pretty simple. I right click, and see it says duplicate into, and then find it, test W. Show it up on my other, there it is. So there it is. I'll do it on this one also, the Momo. Right click, duplicate into test W. Okay, so Give me a moment. Okay, so here they are. Here are the two scans, okay, in tab form. Most people, though, would want to see all the results without having to click on the tabs. Now, this is the tricky part because you can kind of, if you don't grab it correctly, it can mess it up a bit. I mean, it's easy to fix, but so now I'm going to left click up here in the header, okay? Left click and hold down the left click on my mouse. And you see, now I'm going to move it. And you see how this little icon pops up. And now I can place it anywhere I want. So let's place it to the right. I'm going to choose to the right-hand side. Okay, and release it. I didn't release it in time. Okay, so now you see how it is side by side. If I want it below this one, again, left click and keep now don't release. Okay, don't release until you pick where you want it. And now you can release on your mouse button or your okay. So that's the tricky part. Now, if you do release accidentally, you see how I did it? I accidentally released it before. You just all you have to do is just click on it again and start moving it, and then now you can move it wherever you want. So don't panic. So it's a little bit tricky, but that's basically how you do it. How to put it in the docked panel bar? What you mean it as a channel? Are we able to post? I know some people do it, Marius. I don't know if I think they use something like they use some program. I don't know what it's called. Okay, so now I see what you. So you want to. Okay, so in our channel bar, our dock channel bar, you can put five of your own channels up here. These channels are the fixed ones. Okay, all the fixed ones. I don't know, Marius. I honestly don't know. People have found a way to do it. I don't. I really don't know how they do it. There you go, Pepe. I guess they're using this Imgur. So if you have created your docked channel, okay, your docked channel, docked window, and you want to put it up here, so you right click on this new channel, edit custom channels, add a channel. Okay, now select from cloud. Okay, now you can select. And this is why I was saying I like to start off any dock window because if I type in dock to start, I'll see all my I'll see all the docked ones I've got. Okay, and so pick the one you want. Select it, and then you say okay, and then you can put the name that you want to give it right here. I'll call it Pepe. I don't really use these, but I mean, and then say okay, then apply it. See, now it's up here. Okay, so I mean, I ran through it fairly quickly. I don't really, you got it? Okay, good. I'm glad you got it. Okay, so Moskelto. So, what did I do with my single chalk window? I must have accidentally deleted it. No problem, just bring it back. But it's muddled. It's not the way I want it. Give me a moment. I probably have one that I should just. I'll answer your question in a just in a minute. Mo Skelto, okay? There we go. That's better. This is a reason to save everything to the cloud, guys. Every scan you create, every layout that you create, save it to the cloud. Okay. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room was how would we change this? Because this is what you'll have. You'll have it free floating. Okay. So how would I change this? Because this is using a relative volume of 8. Okay. So how would I now you're not going to see all the first alerts that happened, but right click, configure all, configure all. These will both be checked. They should be anyway. If they're not, just check them. Okay. And then edit selected. And this is what you can change, because these are common for both those scans, the ones moving up and down. Obviously, the price range, if you want to change the price range, but there's a relative volume. You can change that to 6 if you want. You want to change the volume, okay, and then so that's what you do. You just change it to 6 and say okay. So if I did change it to 6, the minute I make that, then that okay becomes on grade. I can click on it. Okay, does it make sense? If I went too fast, just let me know. I mean, again, it's just a matter of right click, configure all. These should be checked. If some reason they're not, but they should be checked. Just check them, edit selected, and then where you see the relative volume of 8, you can change it to 6. Okay, and don't forget to save your work. Okay, save your work for everybody. You make a scan, save your work. You make a to the cloud. Okay, change it to the cloud. Did I say change it to the cloud? Save it to the cloud. Very simple to do. You make a scan, right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. You have a layout that you created, file, go up to file, save or share to cloud, click on entire layout and give it a name. My first layout, or give it a name that you want. Save it. The reason why you save, I mean, I think the use of a cloud in general, it should be pretty obvious, but couple things. You can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. Okay, so I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a couple of laptops. I have a couple of tablets, so I can have trade ideas on all those different devices. I can only have trade ideas up and running one device at a time, though. But let's say I go and buy a new laptop tomorrow. Well, all I have to do is download the program and then file load from cloud. And as long as I've saved everything to the cloud, I don't have to do everything over again. I can just save whatever layout I want, or load whatever layout I want, whatever scan I want. Okay, so I don't have to recreate everything. Okay, so that's why you save everything to the cloud. Another huge reason, of course, if here I am on my desktop. If it exploded on me and I had to get a new one, well, real pain. But again, if I've saved everything to the cloud, I just have to file load from the cloud once I've loaded the program into my new machine. Okay, guys. Have I missed any questions? I'm in about 15 minutes. Jamie is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, I think I'm all caught up. I don't see any other questions. All right, guys. SST just showed up, and the combo scanner. Well, look, if this takes out three, it's got some room to go. Okay, there's the high right there, just around $3. So it's through the 200-day moving average. I mean, it looks super extended. I know that. I get it. A lot of volume just came in. So I would wait. I would wait, and I'm going to put an alert just over, say, around 304 and see if it can take that out. Yeah, there's a little high over here around 330, but then up here around 4. So we'll see. I'm not going to take the trade yet. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So again, even though I love this scan, it doesn't mean I take every trade blindly. I am always going to click on the alert, check to see what's happening on the chart. First thing I saw was that red line and very close to a whole number, which I don't like. Okay. So that prevents me from taking this trade right now. And that's why I put an alert later on in the day. If it takes out three, I will probably be very, very interested in taking that trade. Okay, so Jer, what you did is you didn't, yeah, the heartbeat is such an old, I don't even know why they have it anymore. I mean, in the old days, for a top list, it would update every 5 minutes. So take your scan, you have an alert window, okay? And what you have to do is add some kind of a trigger, whatever your trigger wants to be, a new high of the day, a new low of the day, or one of these real-time alerts. And what you'll see is in the summary, yes, you would see the heartbeat and you would just uncheck it, but you have to add some kind of a real-time alert, if that makes sense. So go to your alert window that you have the heartbeat, right click on it, configure. You can do a search, and then whatever, if you want your alert, your real-time alert to be the new high of the day or the new low of the day or any one of these, then you would select it, add the alert. You would see the heartbeat still up there. You would just uncheck it, and then make sure you check the new one or whatever you've added, and then say okay. Does that make sense? Because this is what happens. I mean, I know exactly what happened. New alert window, start from scratch, load the settings, say okay, and I say no. And yeah, if you don't select, this is what's happening to you. You didn't select any alerts. So all you have here, you did not select a real-time alert. So now, so you know what I'm going to do. Okay, so you understand. Now if I add the new high and uncheck that, so that's all you did. You just didn't select, and now that gets rid of it. Hey, no problem. Yeah, I'm missing out on pole. I know that. POL. Now you can see this will show up. See why it's not showing up in the abnormal option activity right now. The minimum filter is 500 contracts, okay? And it has to be at least 150% of normal. So look for a poll, it's going to hit it. It's at 496 contracts right now, and that's 17 times normal. But my minimum filter here has to be 500. Now you might say, well, why don't you reduce it? Sure, I could reduce it, but I may get a lot of stocks I don't want to see. It's always a give and take, or people, say, I want to see this stock. I saw this stock do this today, and I want an alert to see stocks like that. And I could create an alert for you to see any single stock. Okay, almost for sure. The problem is if you reduce your filter values by a lot, so you can see something that, yeah, did something like this, you might see 20 others that don't do that. Okay, and you'll get buried by all those other ones. It'd be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. So it's always a bit of a, trial and error. How can I create an alert for when a stock crosses up the 10-day moving average? So let's see. I don't know if we have that. I don't think we have that. But let me just see. Here's a cross. Let me look up my crosses. Yeah, so we only have the 20, 50, and 10. Sorry, the 20, 50, and 10. I'll do it right. We have the 20, 50, and 200-day moving averages crosses, okay? Not as an alert, okay? Not as an alert. These are alerts. You could now, do we have if we have the data point for the 10-day moving average, but that'll be a filter, okay? So you could scan for stocks, above or close to, but you won't get an alert as it crosses it. But let me just see if we even have that data point. Yeah, custom formulas are only good for creating filters, not alerts. And guys, if you're new, don't worry about this. Advanced topic. Most people don't do this. So I don't see the 10 either here. I just see the 200. These are the data points. We don't have a data point for the 10 here. So the only other one I'll check. And you can't create it. You can't just make a custom and put in, well, I want the 8. Well, if we don't have the data point, then that's not gonna work. The custom formulas are just something that is, for very, 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 very few of our customers do it. Just want to see if it's here. I don't think it's here either. Just wanted to see if the SMA 10 was here. No, it's not here either. So the best you could do, the closest you can do is an alert on the cross of the 20. Now listen, the reason we've done it that way is that, again, as I explained in my preamble, they created all these different alerts and filters, okay, because they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language, in order to create their scans. So yes, are we going to miss some things? I guess we are. Yeah, but he's looking for he's looking for a cross of the 10, not a change. Well, meanwhile, no, it's not going to happen, NC. Listen, these custom formulas and data points. I don't want to lead you on. You can make a request, but I can almost guarantee it won't happen. I mean, go ahead. Let me just show you where you can do it. No, support. So if you can make a request, but I don't want to lead you on thinking if you make a request that, oh yeah, they'll do it next week. Okay. We haven't added a filter or an alert for seemingly years now. That's not the direction the company's going in. Okay, guys. Wow, 11:54. I better get set for this because Jamie's going to take over for me really, really soon. Okay, just give me a moment. I want to put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over. It's a good idea to head over when I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, Monday to Friday. Different traders. That was a little pop? Did I hear a little pop?
Hi, Barry.
Okay, okay, give me a moment. I'm just putting the YouTube link in. Okay.
No problem.
And I will put in the announcement. Okay, guys, so I'm on a break. Break back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And why I think it's a good idea to head over there because I've got my own trading style, but we have 5 different traders, 5 days of the week. It works out perfectly. 5 different traders take over for me between 12 and 1. They all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over and just listen to somebody else's trading style. So Jamie is there right now. So I will put myself on mute in the main room. Okay, guys. Jamie. How are
Barry,
you?
I'm doing
How
well. How
are
are
you?
you?
I'm doing great. Had a nice, well, I've been raving about that scan, and man,
Mm-hmm.
oh man, all I'm doing now is just basically just paying attention to it, and the SES certainly was a good one.
Oh, yeah, SCS.
Yeah, Steelcase had earnings,
Mm-hmm. Just
and
boom.
the funny thing is that if you check, they released earnings after hours yesterday. Look at the reaction. I mean, it went down to $11, looked really bad,
Mm-hmm.
and somehow it just made a huge recovery, and now it's just ripping today.
Well, isn't that the paradox of earnings? Oh, they're bad. Oh, they're good. Or,
Yeah,
they're bad, but they're really good, or they're good, but they're really bad.
yeah, sort of, but I just didn't think it would do that. I mean, not, I mean,
Right.
I can see how it could recover a little bit, but I mean, to tack on and now be up a big percentage. But you're right. Sometimes you just can't tell.
Yeah, I mean, hey, price action, right? It's all that matters.
Yep,
Hmm.
you
But
got that.
I mean, pre-market range, post-market range, pre-market range. As soon as it got above that level, poof, it was off to the races.
Oh yeah. So
Hmm.
this is a really good one.
Hmm.
All right, my friend. Well, I've been talking nonstop, so I need my voice needs a bit of a rest. So
You go rest your voice. Do
I
your
will.
is it vacuuming day or is it workout
No,
day?
that's tomorrow. No, you're not vacuuming day. Vacuuming day is Thursdays. So Thursdays with Steve. So yeah, no,
Vacuuming day for me, Barry, is when I just can't stand it anymore. I'm like, I gotta.
I
Uh-huh.
That's not good.
Well,
You need somebody to look after you.
I have hardwood floors, so it's not like having carpet. You can see, hey, there's particles down
Yeah,
there. I
we have
better get
hardwood.
after it.
Well, we have hardwood floors, but they're dark hardwood, so it really shows the dust. So if it
Okay.
were light, yeah. Anyway, we're
I'm sure everybody's
digressing a
thrilled
bit.
about hearing our cleaning
Yeah,
routines, but
I
have a good
know.
one. I'll see you when you get back.
Okay, thanks.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Oh, you know what? I better grab the screen, ladies and gentlemen. That would probably help a bit. Okay, everybody should have eyes on my desktop now. Give me 1 second here. Clear the old throat there. Um, so welcome to my desktop, everyone. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. No pre-planned script. We're just going to be talking shop, trading, and trade ideas software. And hopefully some of you are participating in the trading competition. This is day 2 of a day 3 competition. Tomorrow is the last day. Where did my pen go? I'm always losing my pen. There it is. So if you have any questions, just feel free to use the questions panel to get them out there. If you have any questions about trade ideas in specific, any of the many windows that we have, or if you'd like me to use my rudimentary technical ability to look at a chart, I'd be happy to do that as well. Hello to you as well, Javier. So Lou, I don't know if Barry addressed your question. The reason why POL is extended, of course, that was the latest addition from the abnormal option activity and the 10-day. Well, the reason did that one have earnings? No, no, no. That was back in November. Don't really know what the reason for the move is. But as far as being extended, don't know if you're just referring to this little area right here, you know, bust of the pre-market high, or excuse me, the pre-market top of that range there after a little swoon down. Kind of a little smiley face, not quite, but then boom. So we're just getting kind of a, be very reluctant to purchase this at this point because the move has already occurred. Mara, okay, let's take a peek here. All right, so I do believe this is one that runs with Mara is yeah. It's going to be tied to the wagon of crypto slash Bitcoin, and if I just pull a little chart of Bitcoin over here real quick, here we are looking at the 4-hour, I believe. And Bitcoin was back here, topped out just what do we get to 44.7 or so. And then as Bitcoin likes to do, a pullback was inevitable. So we did take a nice little, about a 4,000 point pullback there. Chop, 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 and now we're pecking at these levels again. So all of those mining stocks and things of that nature, they're going to be in play with Bitcoin. So nice little breakout here back from these levels, the 1089, 11-ish level. Nice little breakout from there. But now we're just boom, boom, boom. This is the 10 period right here. We did take a little breather. Come on, give me my chart. Give me my drawing tool. There we go. Let me set up again right here. Put a little head fake. Boom, right back down to the 10 period. Second mouse got the cheese here. We've got that push through the 1630 level, and now we're residing up here at 2287. So where might Mara run into some supply? Well, just kind of crunch up the, another key level here that it's just gotten through. All right. How far back do we need to go? All right. So now we're back into this area back from 2022. So, I mean, theoretically, anything in this level, assuming the upward momentum and Bitcoin continue, it would seem that, this level is now in play. Now, it wouldn't surprise me at all to see, a pullback to these levels. Maybe we go sideways and, who knows how long we might chop around in this area right here. But as we got the close here yesterday, heading higher again today. I'd have to, since this thing is, getting pretty toppy, maybe this will level back here. All right. But it seems to not really care. So it's looking like this is going to be our new home, assuming we can get a close above here, right? But to see Mars settle out in that new trench would be a good thing. Maybe get a little sideways action. Let's zoom out just a little bit further. Looking at the weekly here, and you can see these levels right over here, confirming what we just looked at on the daily. Nice little breakout from this level here. So this is going to be, some pretty interesting, this next little top tier trench, assuming it can get up there. We might just fold over, and who knows, we might bounce around here. But a lot of that's going to be dependent on Bitcoin action. So Javier, I hope that was a little enlightening at least. But it looks like it's getting a little tired. But as from the purely technical perspective, we do have the Bitcoin being the influencer or the driving force there. Any option on XRP? Have had it on and off for a few years, but it's like a watching point. Yeah, that's Ripple, right? I don't really follow that one. I don't even know if I could pull it up quickly over here. Let's see. XRP USD. Yeah, that appears to be it. Okay, so here we are looking at XRP. Let's just go ahead and go to the daily here. Maybe even go weekly if we can. Well, these are the levels of, if I was monitoring this one, here we are at the tops right here. Of course, just like the mining stocks are going to run with the Bitcoin, anytime the great magnet that is Bitcoin takes a big run, it pulls all the, you know, altcoins with it. There has been kind of a delayed reaction as of late. Hear all kinds of stories from my friends, hey, Bitcoin isn't at highs, but my altcoins are running. Well, it's what we like to refer to as altcoin season. Um, so, as far as XRP goes, these would be the levels of interest. And we'll see. I remember back in the olden times, around 2017, when Bitcoin went on that first big rip, and XRP cruised up to about $3. But ever since that point, see if I can get back here. Yeah, way back here, 2017, 2018. And we've had Bitcoin run and set new highs up to the $69,000 level, and the highest it could get at that point is close to 2. Don't really know how to explain that. Just, I guess, a lot more supply there. I'm not sure what the number of outstanding tokens is, but I do know that they can just print more at will, kind of like the US fiat dollar. So that probably plays a factor in Ripple. Okay, Marty, coin short. Let me get back there to where we were. I mean, yeah, this represented a pretty good opportunity because, hey, things have to take pullbacks. They can go up for a long time. Problem is, even with charts and, Fibonacci retracements and all that, you never know exactly when they're going to pull back. But after this lofty run here and this little chop around and consolidation and these wicks up here, you know, if you did take a short, you got rewarded pretty handsomely there. About a 10% we'll just call that about a 10% pullback, but quickly retracing back up to these levels. So who knows how long that this area is going to act as supply? Have to take a little bit deeper look here. I always like to go to the weekly, but I mean, it's probably going to take a while. You know, we might go pick at these levels here, but there's probably a lot of wood to be chopped before we, get through the 48. I mean, if we hit 50, it's it's going to be very interesting. It's going to be off to the races. Um, but the longer we chop around here, you know, we might take some excursions back down to here. We just don't know yet. And you're welcome, Javier. All right, Marty, can I talk about how to manage trading psychology when accepting new and changing market conditions that suggest you trade differently? That's a very question, and there's a lot of different layers to that. Okay. Um, Me, for example, all right, this week has been hot and cold, right? Last week was kind of hot and cold too. Uh, the bank stocks that I like to trade just, you know, weren't moving, right? So what do I have to do in that case? I'm like, can't make any money. Well, okay. Just because, and this gets into another aspect as well. It could be any trader, could be you, me, anybody else listening out there. All right. You could be a day trader, swing trader, doesn't really matter. You go on a good run. You start feeling really good. You start feeling really confident. You get the feeling that you're entitled to make money, right? And as soon as you get to that point, the market's going to tell you different. Okay. So part of the trading journey is recognizing when market conditions are conducive for your style of trading and when they're not. You know, getting into a position you're like, well, I think this is going to do this, but I'm not really sure, right? You may have a set of rules. For example, when I'm trading some of these larger bank stocks, I'm like, okay, market's heading up. This thing usually follows the market, but I don't see the things that I usually look for. I don't see a lot of prints going off at the bid or the offer. They're all in the middle. What does that mean? That means nobody's really taking the liquidity away. All right. But we're human beings. We want to succeed. In the markets, make money. Of course, trading well is the goal. The byproduct of that is money. If you trade well, the byproduct is money. If you don't trade well, the byproduct is no money and you lose money, right? So the only thing that can get you accustomed to recognizing when market conditions are conducive, when to push on the gas, when to put on the brakes, when to just go, okay, well, I just have to resign myself. I've tried plenty of times and, I'm flat for the day, or I'm up a smidge or down a smidge. And instead of trying to push it and get positive, you just have to accept it. Okay, today, you know, I couldn't, I, I was not successful. Well, not losing money to me, that's a degree of success, right? So, not letting your ego get in the way and just accepting what is, that's part of the process. And we all know that trading, 90, probably even higher percentage of 90% mental. It's a mental game. So, Marty, when you talk about trade differently, it's either A, just cool the jets and wait for the next day because the next day, lo and behold, the stocks are moving around well, I'll use a phrase here, like they're supposed to, right? But there's no point in pushing it if, you know, if your game is not in play. Now, having said that, changing styles, right? I've got two styles in my pocket. One is just scalping the thicker bank stocks that I like to trade on a daily basis. And then, the other one is what I call, okay, putting on a position and letting it work with a lot smaller share size and a reasonable stop loss, right? Just like everybody else out there. Well, this thing's, exhibiting a nice tight opening range breakdown. or break out. Do I trade those the same way? Sometimes do I, it's always good to mix it up, right? So on a ideal day, I'm doing my scalping, I'm putting on some position trades, everything's doing its thing. But between looking for specific plays, very much like Barry does, right? Uh, you know, the more thinly traded, more volatile stocks, might just put on a 2, 3, 400 share position, depending on the risk, sometimes even more, and let that thing work. And then have my scalps on the side if those are conducive. But if scalping is not conducive, I'm not going to sit there and churn myself into an oblivion. One second here, guys. So yes, Marty, shorting has been your main strategy. Risk felt tilted, feels less favorable condition now. Hope that makes sense. Well, I'm glad you said that because I know people that are just they love to short, right? Um, but when the market is in this mode, like for example, this time last year, there was a lot of panic going on. The shorts were all over the place, and it wasn't too hard to find them. But now here we are. It's not quite a year later. I'm talking about last February, January. Let's just pull up the SPY here real quick. Okay, so here we are back in, we had a lot more downside action. That was well, hold on. That's too far back. What's my date here? Okay, here we go. So we had some nice downside action last December. Then we had the swoon up, then we had more downside action. All right. A lot of downside action here, but look, ever since October, I mean, we've just been grinding straight up. Now, there's just simply going to be less stocks on average going down. Um, if you're going to only focus on shorts, you have to be very laser focused. Now, let me give you a good example of a stock that was in trouble yesterday. Okay, yeah, here we go. All right, here we are looking at, let me just get this expanded out a little bit more. Okay. Now you can see what blued in the pre-market yesterday, came up here, and then, after the first 20 minutes, boy, it just got slammed. Now you see what it did here, this level of consolidation right there. All right. I mean, talk about a perfect setup. I mean, I show you guys this setup all the time. And this one yesterday was just about perfect. When it got real tight here, I mean, it just basically wasn't moving with a penny spread, right? So that's some extremely low risk, ladies and gents, because, you know, here's the entry candle here. This is the range, okay? So this is my risk level right here. And look how it released from 249, 250, came all the way down, bottomed out at this level here, right? So I don't know what they did, but something, and there was, I didn't really wasn't aware of any news yesterday. But after I saw this and I saw the rapid 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, I mean, this thing went from 250, you know, down 20 cents on a $2.50 stock, $2.50 stock that quickly. So I'm like, okay, Blue's in trouble. I don't know what they did, but they're in trouble. All right. I was able to capitalize handsomely on it yesterday. And then look what's happening today. And haven't even really looked at the news. Okay, so they're doing an offering, right? Um, But that was a shining example of a good short opportunity in yesterday's market, right? But they're few and far between, so you're just kind of it's a very slippery slope when you're only focusing on shorts and we're constantly grinding higher in the market. Now, having said that, and we're creeping closer we get to the holiday weekend, the slower things are going to get. And that slowness will continue on through the new year, and then hopefully after everybody's had their fun, everybody's back in the chair, we'll get back into a quote unquote normal market come the new year. But for now, it's very sharpshooter oriented as far as the shorts go. All right. XRP is like watching paint because the CEO created billions of it. Yeah, that is a very good point. It's not decentralized. I mean, really, nothing's decentralized truly, other than the BTC. Yeah, that was a blessing in disguise, eh, trader? So that's my spiel on the Bitcoin and shorting in this environment. Ladies and gentlemen, give me one quick second. I'll be back in a flash. Okay, sorry about that. And let's see here. Yeah, I got actually traded this one a little bit earlier in the day, but notice the black line is the VWAP. Looks like it's, all the crazy stuff's done. But, I was discussing this with someone else earlier. So yesterday, blue was a great trade. So then what's your, inclination today on the next day? You're like, ooh, that thing was great. I think I'll focus on it today, but not the same action today. And that's what a lot of traders do in general, whether it's a specific stock or, maybe you just had one of your better days and you can't wait to get up and go trade the next morning because you're going to do it again. And what happens? Just the opposite, right? You feel entitled. You had a great day the day before. You're going to do it again today. You try to force it. And guess what? You end up giving some back. Sometimes you give it all back, right? But once again, the mentality. Okay, just because this stock did it yesterday does not mean it's going to do it again today. All right, questions panel is a little empty. So if you got one, go ahead and get it out there. Otherwise, the market is taking its, typical snooze. Now we are in the lunch hour for NYC. A lot of the times we get some action during this time. I mean, we're just kind of trying to creep up here and pack it highs again. But man, what a run it's been, and we're not too far away. Just a hop, skip, and a jump. And in my opinion, it's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. Will they try to sneak it up in the slow time and park it for end of year window dressing? Maybe. Yep, that's exactly what I was just kind of talking about there, Marty. Will we make it? I think we will. Now, what we do when we get up there, another question. My, how far we've come. Let's just go look at the monthly just for giggles here. Okay, all the way back to 2010 back here. And now here we are. So, I mean, looks like a done deal, but you never know what's going to happen. Oh, and look who's getting a little excited again. Well, not really excited, but wow, just a nice grind up, not giving anything back. VWAP's down here, it just does not care. Now, notice the orange line over here, we're getting pretty close. So, if SCS were to back off and give back any, it'd be interesting if it took a little excursion down here to the 10 period and figured out if it wanted to go through it or, hold it up. But all signs point to no pullback yet. Now let's check in on the Dawn of the Dead races. MIGI, you know, not exactly lighting the world on fire, but this was a nice little setup here. Nice clean range break, little hemming and hawing, and then a lift higher. So smaller dollar stock, 68 up to 90-ish. Not a bad percentage move. Of course, everybody is familiar with Annie because it's been coming through the high options volume ticker as well. Not a bad little setup here. Just didn't last very long. Nice little crack and a pop here. AVI, nothing special there. Heard Barry talking about this one earlier this morning. Big run up in the pre-market, but not really a whole lot of action after that. Not a bad break using the pre-market there. And for those of you that do like to trade pre-market, I typically don't. But pre-market ranges can also be used for range breaks in the regular session. A lot of times once they penetrate that level, they're going to get up and do a little dance, as ABSI did here. Blink, nothing there. 9. Yep, I saw this one early. That was the first opening candle. So yeah, this was pretty clean too. Little swoon down to the VWAP at the time, and then bam, as soon as we punched through that 270 level, took a nice little run up to 298. So once again, not a bad percentage move. And of course, more of the same, a little thin, but you can see the pattern is the pattern. So a good idea, if you're sitting out the first 15 minutes, which is typically what I do, in the first 15 minutes, typically what I'm doing is just archiving my race winners. And I got a little busy with some other stuff this morning, so I didn't have time to populate everything. But as these symbols, let's pretend it's the first 1 minute. Miggy was a winner. All you do is pop up here, click it, have it populate your chart, send Miggy to a symbol list, and then boom, populate that symbol list so that later on in the day, you know, so later on, this one did it 45 minutes in. Sure, you archived it in your list because of this opening run here. in the first 1 minute. Of course, we're looking at 5 minutes, but you see the action there. Then it goes to sleep, and then later on you get the alert. Hey, MIGI hitting a high. Ooh, that's tight. That looks good. I'm going to take some. It's a very simple process that can pay off quite handsomely. And the nice thing is you get a crop of new stocks each and every day because every day I blank the list out, repopulate it in the first 15, 20 minutes, sometimes even go for the first 30 minutes. And you get a new crop of things popping through there each and every day for the bigger movers. The big boys take their positions in the pre and post markets. It might be a big boy, might not be. Not saying that the pre-market is not very conducive for trading. Um, I should probably spend more time in the pre-market. Maybe we'll make some efforts to do that because there are some good moves, and plus it just puts you in tune with what might happen when the regular session opens. But yes, there is a lot of action in the pre. Sometimes there's more action in the pre-market than the stock has in the regular market. Now, maybe that has something to do with, you know, less liquidity, but I will not disagree with you there. There's a lot of opportunity in the pre-market. All right, so that was Dawn of the Dead, which is one of my more favorite stocks because these stocks have been beaten down and for some reason they're coming back to life. Like, RDHL was just dead for a long time, but then bam. Of course, Blink was on this one. Let's take a look at the change from the open. Wolf, nothing special there. Of course, we know SCS was already on the menu. And you can see, clicking through this race, which is just looking at stocks with positive change from the open, not near the quality of the patterns that we see from the Dawn of the Dead. And I'm not saying that Dawn of the Dead, there was a nice little assortment from these race winners that met my criteria today. As far as the opening range breaks, they're they're not always that plentiful, but I've just noticed that most of the time I'd prefer to really watch Dawn of the Dead. But sometimes this little guy spits out some really good stuff as well. Not bad on Tilray after this little level right here. 210 level up to 226. Not bad for a little Tilray. Of course, it's going to get pulled around with all the other cannabis stocks. As soon as it broke its VWAP here, it was back down to lows or close to lows. Hello to you as well, Stephen. Yeah, you're right there. I used to be out there, trader. You got that nice and early 6:30 open, so if you want to really start watching pre-market, I mean 4 o'clock, awful early to get up. Now, the positive side of that is market closes at 1. Stephen, so waiting for the rest of your comment there. I'm pretty sure that that's not a stock symbol, right? Just out of curiosity, is it? And it is the Southern Company. Ah, market taking a little down spug here, but no volume to speak of. See, everything's pretty dead over here as well. Relative volume high on a lot of these things, but 5-minute volume is starting to wane. We can just kind of take a scan here. Sure, these guys. Matter of fact, ZNTL was a really nice after this little down swoon here. There's some good trading on ZNTL, which was alerted to me via a race. I forget how many days ago it was during this upcycle here. Trying to get back to that level before the whatever event or bad news that drove it down there. Just not a whole lot of volume going through anything right now. The EV sector. Well, let's look and see. How's Nikola doing? 9 cents. What about Ribbon? Holding up better than some of the others. So-called Santa rally, but there's a time when a lot of selling goes on towards the end of the year. People selling their junk stocks. Well, we just had the rebalancing. Was that last week? I can't remember. Quadruple witching, rebalancing. The Santa Claus rally is definitely a thing. Does it happen the way everybody wants it all of the time? No. But I would say the odds of a significant pullback at this time of year are slim. Not because of anything. I mean, the chart pretty much kind of confirms that as well. But this thing called window dressing at the end of the year, wanting everything to look all rosy going into the next year, is definitely a thing. So while anything can happen, I think the odds of a big peel off before the end of the year, especially since we're creeping up to the Christmas holidays, and then between Christmas and New Year's, everybody's going to be gone and volume's going to be low. So my personal opinion is the odds of a big sell-off during that time are pretty slim, although anything is possible. Yeah, and volume's just going to keep drying up the closer we get to Friday. Of course, Monday is the holiday. Market's going to be closed. So we'll have Tuesday through Friday, and then we'll be getting into the new year area. Speaking of, let me just pull up the NYSE holiday schedule here. If my fingers will work properly. Because Monday is the 25th, and then for New Year's Day, that's going to be the following Monday, January 1. So I'd say we'll probably start jumping again with, quote unquote regular volume. Probably that week of January 1 will still probably be a little slow. But once we get that first week of January behind us, then it'll be very interesting. And then, of course, we'll have earnings starting to creep back in, I believe, in February, which should be a nice catalyst for either, up or down. Did Kathy Woods sell her Coinbase? You know what? I have no idea. And just for those of you who are like, who's Kathy Woods? She's the ARK person. Is that ARKK? Yeah. And just pull the monthly over here. I mean, wow. Pretty underwater. Topping out at 160-ish or 159. Going all the way down to 28. Now residing at 50, 58. It's looking like it's trying to get a little plucky. Get a monthly close here. Maybe start trying to attack these next levels. But boy, I mean that's it for you. Now, whether or not she sold her coin, I do not know. But coin has definitely had a nice run, from the breakout of this level back here. $113, $167. And where might it find some supply? Yeah, so looking probably it's gotten through there. All right. So a close, then a bounce off the 10 period, and now it's back above that level. So if this thing keeps on trucking, then this area here could very well be its new home for an undetermined amount of time, assuming we don't buckle back under that level. It would seem to me if I were her, I'd be like, oh, let's hope for a little bit more. But I have no idea whether or not that position is still active with ARK. Uranium, URNM, is that what that is? Yep. Oh, this is the Sprott, kind of like the Sprott silver. So I guess they actually have the uranium. Well, this thing's had a nice run. I remember all the chatter back here when we broke out from this level. I don't know why they put the buttons on the corners of those things. We got there, and we just didn't care about that level. Didn't care about that level. And lastly, okay. So this little area back here from April of 22 looks like at first it was acting as some supply, came back up here, took another run, got above it, support for a little bit, but now it looks like it's breaking down a little bit. We had this close, wick back above for a few days, close below and a close below here. And of course, you got some areas right in this area right here that could act as short-term support. So, one potential, you know, we have a wick there, which tells us that, we might chop around in this area, or we could very easily close back above. But it looks like 45.60, 47-ish for now, but not too far away from these levels. How are we looking on the monthly? I tell you what, let's just go back to weekly. Yep. Seeing the same area back here. And take note of the 10 period on the weekly. Wicked through it, sitting on it right now. So if you get a nice close right here, that's comforting if you're long. Yeah, so Stephen, once again, it will be interesting to see if Santa Claus pays the market a visit. I would see it must have heard you talking about it because look who's hitting highs all of a sudden after that little swoon down. A little low volume push, not quite down to VWAP, and now boom, springing back. Of course, there's still no volume, but nonetheless, it is hitting a high of the day. Creepa, creepa, creepa. So 475, and this level is, what is the exact number? Okay, high here, 479.98. So we'll just call it 478. So we're about 2.5 points away. Little under 2.5 points away. Still got Thursday and Friday of this week, Tuesday through Friday of next week, and Tuesday through Friday of the next 2 weeks. So holidays on Mondays of both of the upcoming weeks. Let me just confirm that. Yep. Monday is Christmas, and then Monday for New Year's Eve. So Mondays get the trading day off for the following 2 weeks. And the questions panel is open. Well, come on now. Sometimes I'm too fast for my own good. SCS still just toeing the line there. It looks like there's not really any volume here, but we're still doing almost twice normal 5-minute volume and a very healthy relative of almost 12. Not exactly a small float, but not exactly a large float either. Hive. I was in this one yesterday at the beginning of the trading competition and got out a little too early. Flex. You can also see where I bought Flex yesterday, and it continues to work. Still holding this one. Pretty big float, one of the bigger boys. Just a measly old $13 billion market cap on that one. Speaking of bank stocks, UBS. You can also see the tag over here, UBS moving higher as well. The funny thing about UBS is I do believe it's at all-time highs. Yep, here we are. UBS just does not care. Broke out from, well, way down here and has been on a tear ever since. All right, Tim, so your question there, the question is, do I swing trade or is that more of Steve's area? Well, Steve is definitely a better swing trader than me, but I will swing trade. Typically, I reserve that type of activity for my IRA account. And I'm not doing anything magic. Most of the time, all I'm really trading is just like everybody else in trade ideas. Um, well, I can't say everybody, but most of the people that swing trade here, what do you think we're going to play? We're definitely going to play the trade of the week, which, Steve issues every Monday and has been on quite a nice roll as of late. The last one was the shot. As soon as we got above the 420 level, Of course, that was issued Monday, and on that day, we popped that 420 level. So, if you're still in this one, up about 80 cents on a $5 stock, that's an incredible percentage gain. So, yeah, I always pay attention to the trade of the week and the strength picks, which Michael Noss produces. So, going to have a nice assortment of swing picks, but not too many each and every week. And that's just where, all right, I like this one. I'm putting the trade on, put my stop in. Don't even have to watch it, just check in towards the close or, whenever you feel it's appropriate. A lot of the times, you can take the trade as soon as the trigger occurs. Specifically on the trade of the week, that's crucial. A lot of the times on the strength picks, if they're not doing anything too crazy on that day, a lot of the times you can make a decent entry on the close or say the last 15 minutes or so, assuming everything is still in place. But yes, I will say this. I've learned a lot from the people that are more proficient at swing trading than I am. Steve, Andy, Michael Noss, great bunch, produce lots of great plays. No problem, Tim, and welcome. Glad you're here. Would you be competing in the trading competition as well? Of course, Barry, but we were talking about swing trading there. Barry will even tell you he swing trades very little. He's more of an intraday guy, but he will do it sometimes. But it's kind of the same. The intraday charts versus the longer term charts, just a different time frame. But the mechanics are very similar. Okay, POL, that one that was extended earlier. Notice, give me 1 second, ladies and gents. All right, sorry about that. This one that was extended earlier, well, doing what a stock typically does. Can't just keep, well, it can keep going up, but eventually they're going to take a pullback, figure things out, and then boom, right back up to this high. I can just hear Barry right now. I'm going to set a price alert at this level. I think it was 4. I think I set the same price alert. Where'd my price alert go? Or maybe it was a different one. Well, in any case, I can still hear Barry in my head while this one's taking a pullback going, okay, now I'm going to set a price alert, maybe at the high or maybe at the tops of these candles right here around the $4 level. And then boom, a great trade materializes.
All right, enough of this. We're like an old married couple now, thinking for each other. You're
Now,
right.
Barry,
You're
did
right.
you set your price alert there?
I did.
And I would assume that you're in it and enjoying a nice ride.
No, unfortunately, it went too quickly. So,
Yeah.
but that's okay. That's okay.
Mhm. Well, and you know what's funny about that is whatever the level of interest is I want to see here lately, I've been putting the alert in a few cents early, or maybe even a
Mhm.
nickel or a dime, depending on what kind of stock it is. And then that way you're watching it in real time as it
Sure.
cracks that level.
I
Yeah.
usually do the same thing, but I think that one, I mean, that just roared. I mean, if I'd been paying attention to it, I probably could have done something, but I wasn't. I got the alert and then I turned my head and said, "Oh, okay," and then 470.
Yeah.
Well, bye bye.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So, but it happens. but it's coming from that combo scan again.
Yes.
411 was the alert at 11:53,
Yep.
and man, telling you, that's my AI. I don't need any other AI. That's my AI.
I like it. I like it.
No.
I've taken some trades, and then of
Mhm.
course I've missed a few, and was like, but it's new to me, so you know how
Yeah.
that goes.
Well, and Jamie, just a minute, I got to get rid of my sound alerts. I'm going driving myself crazy here. Because of the
Oh,
POL.
look at this one going right now. Comp,
Yes. Yes.
and there's the poll repeat.
Yes.
Um, but it,
So yesterday, just you probably didn't. I don't know if you're listening to me, but yesterday we had, I think, 4 alerts from it, but
mhm,
every single alert was right into the next high of the day.
right,
And so I waited on every one of them to see if they would take it out, and they didn't. None of them took out that high of the day.
right,
Consequently, I didn't take any trades.
right.
So we might say, well, I guess it didn't work. It depends on how you look at it. If and that's why I say the program is still called Trade Ideas, and even though this is ultimately my favorite scan, it doesn't mean I just power into the trade without taking a look at the chart.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
whereas today, we've got, I mean, I didn't take the can, I didn't take the any,
Mhm.
but I took the steel case. The can and the any to me were kind of similar to those ones yesterday, but if I, they worked. But and then the SEC, but I took the steel case. To me, that was not the easiest one, but the less volatile of probably any one of them that showed up in that scan today.
I mean, this is just. I mean, you see these charts every day, but you're like, well, how do I get into those? And
Hmm.
this little
Of
guy is
my
a good
comp
way
scan.
to identify them because you never have to worry about the volume
No.
because of the option. And you got the accompanying options volume too. So, you know, you've got a lot higher probability of the thing doing what you think it's going to do when that's on your side. And a couple of those shorts, I forget what day it
Oh,
was. A couple of the
Monday.
shorts worked out really good as well.
Insanely well,
Hmm.
insanely well. Yeah, that was on Monday, and I've sort of been not neglecting them, but because I've had some short ops before, but I haven't really paid that much attention to them. But boy, those two on Monday were incredibly good on a percentage basis, and they were cheap.
Yeah.
They were
Hmm.
cheap plays, but on a percentage basis, and plenty of shorts were available at Interactive Brokers, as I recall. So that wasn't the issue at all. But anyway, my friend, I'll let you go if you want. I'm sort of getting back into it now. I'm getting revved up.
No big deal. I'm in no rush,
Okay.
but you can just take it whenever you want.
Or we can just
So,
keep.
so Barry, we were talking about the potential of a Santa Claus rally,
Hmm.
which sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't, right? And there's
Hmm.
different varying degrees of that. And somebody was asking, what are the odds of a well pullback crash, whatever you want to call it, in the last part of the year? And I said, well, anything's possible, but I just don't think it's very likely, based on what the what the chart is showing us, and then the window
Yeah.
dressing and all the funds and the low volume coming into the holidays and the fact that
Well, historically, I mean, this is always a great month historically.
yes, historically.
So, I mean, so this month is proving to be, historically the same. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't anticipate, but as you say, we don't know. But and it depends what they mean by a market pullback. Like, how much are we talking? I
right.
mean, SPY is almost what 480, I think, is the all-time high. So we're at 475 now. I mean,
Mhm, mhm.
and I guarantee that people, when it was down to 400, and it would look really, really bleak, and it was going to take out 400. All the bears were getting all excited. Here we go! Finally, the crash that we've been talking about for 100 years.
Yep.
I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean. I mean, you get these perma bears out there, and I'm sure. Don't worry, it's going to happen. Yeah, maybe it'll happen someday. But why not? Why not ride the trend while you can? Instead of
Absolutely, and we might just
moaning
be at
and
476 before in a minute here.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So I mean, look at the start of the day. In the pre-market, the SPY looked, I mean, weak. I mean, relatively weak to what it's been doing. Today could have been a day, but you look at that opening 15-minute candle.
Mhm,
Nope,
mhm.
basically wiped out all that pre-market action and just kept going.
Yep. And
Amazing.
just like the stocks that we like to trade, once it got above this level, got a lift, and then once it got
Mhm.
above this level, back here,
Mhm.
another lift.
Mhm. And yes, do I swing trade once a year? Only in a leap year though. So a leap year is coming up, so I might do a swing trade next year. When I said no, I meant not Barry. I meant when you were talking about and these are swing traders, and I said, yeah, not Barry.
Right, right.
That's what I meant for sure. And somebody asked about seasonality, and I don't know how you answered it. And that to me is a real swing trading question, because obviously intraday, it doesn't matter at all. I mean, especially with our program, we can find the things that are with just trading abnormally. That's all I look for. And it doesn't matter, what the season is, what the market is looking like, really almost doesn't make any difference.
You are correct because every day is new. Every
Hmm.
day is an adventure, Barry.
It is the greatest adult video game in the world.
You got
Boom.
that right.
Yeah.
um, Simon was asking about AUVI. Looks interesting.
Hmm.
And yeah, looks like a Dawn of the Dead stock here. Yep. See,
Yeah, that's
it's on my Dawn of the Dead uh, race, and hey, it's getting frisky above the 10 period, so might want to take a run up to 4 at some point in time.
well, you can see, I mean, if it can get, yeah, to 4 even, not today, maybe not
Not
tomorrow,
today.
maybe
Yeah, yeah,
never,
yeah.
but if it does, I mean, then your next high on the daily chart is 676,
Hmm.
and then after that is, 899. So, I mean, I think it's done a bunch of, yeah, you look at the float, 400, we have anyway, 474,000. So
Hmm.
it has done several reverse splits. And
Oh
so
yeah,
that's,
yeah,
you always have to be aware of that too. But yeah, look at the volume today. I mean, 19 million. I mean,
yeah, and it
it's
only
just,
trades quarter million a day typically.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hmm. And this is the perfect example of who cares if it's a low, it goes back to using average daily volume to try to filter and whatnot. You know,
No.
you'd miss these.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes Pole again.
Yeah. Bye. Oh my gosh.
Whoosh,
Oh my gosh.
whoosh,
Whoosh is right.
up
Well, maybe I'll lie
50%
and say I took it. I took
in
it. I
10
took it,
minutes.
everybody. I took
Up
10,000
50%
shares
in
of it.
10 minutes. I'm surprised it hasn't halted.
Yeah, exactly. And there was the only news on it. It's some kind of um, I don't know, filing they did. I think it was some kind of a filing they did. Somebody posted that in our room, in the main room, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing else. 2 million in a float,
Yeah, 2
and,
million.
79 million traded, basically 40 times the float. Probably by the end of the day, it'll be at least 50 times the float.
I know, that's
Yeah,
insane.
it is insane, and not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So, at Moskelto, I will answer your question. Okay. So, Jamie, you can go now if you want. It's now 101. You put in 1 minute overtime.
Very good, sir. Okay. Thanks,
So, listen,
everybody.
yeah. Well, I was just going to wish you, happy, Merry Christmas. I'm probably sure I'll say to you, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever. And
Absolutely, and same to you, Barry.
yeah, absolutely. So I'll take over the screen now. There we
You
go.
got it. All right. Well, good luck on the rest of the day, and I will talk to you later, sir.
Okay, bye bye.
All right. Bye bye.
And bemoaning the fact that I'm not in the poll. Had the alert set and went too quickly for me. So Moskelto. So if you want to change in a multi-strategy window, you want to change the name of something. Well, okay, in a multi-strategy window. So are you looking at a multi-strategy or an alert window? There's just a slight difference. Well, I'll show you the multi-strategy window. Okay, the multi-strategy. So you right click, and I think you have to go to properties and window name. If it's a multi-strategy window, okay. So right click, properties, the box will pop up, window name, and you can make the change right there. That's in a multi-strategy window, okay? In an alert window, it's yeah, see, it's not in the properties. That's the difference. So in the alert window, you right click and go to configure and click on summary, and then here it is. Okay. So which one was it? When you say, "Can we work with it?" What do you mean by that? You mean you wanna did you were you able to make the change or not? Ah, you know what I should have done? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so take the scan, okay, take the scan. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry, I should have told you to do that. So take the scan as it is and duplicate it, okay? So the scan you have right now is at 8, okay? It's at 8 because you made the change. You wanna have the 6 also I'm sorry, it's at 6. You wanna have the 8 also. So take your scan that you have changed to a relative volume of 6, like Pepe is saying, and duplicate it, okay? So you could name this one, I know what you mean now. You could name this one, relative volume 6, and then go back here, and now here's the duplicate of it, and do the same thing. Right click, configure, edit the selected, and change it. And well, mine is 8 right now, okay, but yours would say 6. Change it to 8, and then you can change the name of it to, so one is 8 relative volume and one is 8, one is 6. Does all that make sense? I should have told you to duplicate it, yeah, because if you don't, when you say where do you save it? You have it on your screen, right? So as I don't know what you mean by where do you save it. If it's on your screen, then I would always save individual scans to the cloud. So if you've got 2 of them now, like you imagine you've got 2 of them on, one's a relative volume 6 and one is an 8. You've got them on your screen. Now right click, save or share to cloud, save, okay? Every single scan you create, save it into the cloud. Oh, we'll give it a name. Okay, is it still it'll be an M window. So right click, properties, go down to properties, okay, right click on it, scroll down to just go down to properties, the box will pop up, and then window name is here. Now you can give it a name, whatever you want, and do the same thing for the other one. Relative volume does not work in the pre-market, no, JJ. And then once you've done that, say okay, and then you'll have okay, good. Yeah, I should have reminded you to duplicate it before you make a change, assuming you want the original. Oh my gosh, what a miss. I mean, I was talking to Jamie and we were talking about yeah, putting that alert at 4. I got rid of all my alerts, so but I had an alert actually it was right. Well, the alert was at my goodness. I mean, how about this one now? So I think this is produced today. Oh man, 411 and it gets up to 8:39. And yes, Marius, I saw this in the pre-market too, but I mean it doesn't mean it's not I think you're thinking that I don't have scans that pick these things up. Of course I do. But I'm prepared to wait for, a whole set of filters to kick in and give me a little more confidence. A big, big, big different day from yesterday. Oh, the 3 charts. Okay, so this is a 15-minute, this is a daily chart, and this is a weekly chart. Okay? So these are just time frames. This is a time frame, daily chart, weekly chart, 15-minute chart. Well, VVOS was that apnea. I know OPA popped yesterday, but let's see what VVOS is doing today. Well, the volume, I mean, it's 1, okay, 1.05, so it's trading basically normally, okay? I mean, if I don't know if you're around this day when they came up with their news about their device, their sleep, I guess their apnea device of some sort. Stock popped to $48. Ridiculous. Okay, completely and utterly. Oh, okay, completely ridiculous. Not that long ago. I mean, we're talking the 29th, November 29th. I don't see any news on it today. They were going to do a 1 for 50 reverse split today. That was the news. Okay. Thank you, Casa. So that was the news. They canceled the reverse split. But I wonder if it's just because it was over sneaking over a dollar. Well, first of all, what is your subscription level, McNally, for Trade Ideas? Is it standard or is it? Do you have a premium subscription? And or would you know? I know a lot of people don't know. The reason I ask is that with our standard subscription, you can have 10 charts. With our premium subscription, you can have 20. Okay. So, but all you have to do is this. So if you don't have charts at all, then you can start off new chart window. Okay. So here is a chart window. And now what I would do, probably, you might want to dress it up a little bit so that you're on every chart, you probably want to have the volume. You want to have the same indicators on every chart. It's up to you. Okay. But at this point now, so here's a 15-minute. So an easy way to do it is just to duplicate the chart. Okay. And then just go to that little clock there and you can change the time frame. So that's 15. So I can change it to a daily chart. Okay. And then if I want to duplicate it again, see what I'm doing? I'm just duplicating the chart. That's probably a simple way. And then just going to that little clock and changing the time frame. So that's how I've got the 15 daily and weekly. L2 graphs. I don't know what an L2 graph is. Are you talking about L2 level 2 data? We don't have level 2 data, if that's what you mean. I mean, most of us just get it from our broker. Yeah, the clock is there, or you could just right click and time frame. Okay. And then here it is. This is just a little faster, I guess, clicking on the clock. So Webull must have a level 2 or something if that's what you're interested in. I mean, this is most of the time we just direct people to their broker. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers with level 2 information. I don't use level 2, but that again is just me. Well, McNally, I'll be honest. I mean, upgrading to premium is just basically then you're saying you want to have access to the AI. I mean, that's the big difference. Okay. And to use the AI, it's like anything else. You'll get an alert. How you're going to trade it will be up to you. We do not recommend auto trading at all. So it's like anything else. Ah, look at this steel case. Yes. Now that's coming right into a daily high. You can see that red line right now. So, but yeah, it's okay. Here are my scans. Just because I get an alert, it's all about now chart reading. It's nothing to do with trade ideas anymore, is it? Honestly, it's about chart reading. You can have my scans if that's the style of trading you want. I'm a momentum trader, like to see stocks near the high or the lows of the day. But you have to determine what sort of a trader you want to be. Something a lot of people don't like that style of trading. They'd rather wait for a pullback to a certain level. But you have to practice that. So trade ideas is not, to use trade ideas. It's a tool. It's a tool, to get ideas to trade. I mean, what to learn about trade ideas is, how to create a scan if you want to create your own. If you took my scan, how would you do that? Like, how would you put my scan that, from my homepage? How would you put that on your screen? Those are sort of the mechanics about how to use trade ideas. How to save the file, to the cloud, things like that. Moskelto, this is it. That's all I look at. My minimum time frame is 15 minute. That's it. So when you ask me which time frames do I prefer to look at, you're seeing it, and even though I'm an intraday trader, people might say, well, why would you have a daily chart and a weekly chart? Because my style is always to look left when I get an alert, because most of the alerts I have, they're at the high of the day. So then I'm looking left to see, well, where is the next high on the daily chart? Where could it stall if it got to that next high? If I don't see it on the daily, then I check the weekly. I have a really, really simple style. So the question on SST, see, I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, if I were, I'm looking at SST as an example. So that 8 EMA is the orange line, the 10 SMA is the blue line. So let's pull back into it. There will be some that say that could be support. Okay. And maybe it'll bounce off that support. I'm just not a great pullback trader. So that's what I see on the SST. The VWAP's at 264. So if I were bound and determined to take this trade, I'd be watching this level here, and then I would see, and also, sorry, there's a whole bunch of stuff in the way right now. The VWAP at 264 and the 200-day moving average right there. So there's stuff in the way right now. You would have to take these levels out, in my opinion, for it to go. And then if I look at any, these are the questions I've got from our YouTube room. Look at any. So there's the VWAP again, 258. So if you're a believer that the VWAP can either be support or resistance, so if it moves up to 258, I mean, it could stall it. It could be resistance. That's what I look at anyway. Others may look at something completely different. Guys, just a minute. I have to get some more water. And anybody who's listening, use the simulator. Okay. Before you really commit money to the market, use the simulator. Very simple to do. I demonstrated the use of it with any earlier. Just click on an alert, symbol will show up. This is a, if you click on this, you're going to see a list of share sizes that you can either pick from, or you can type exactly what you want in here. Okay. The bid ask should show up. I don't know why it's not showing up yet, but do another one. What's going on? There we go. So to do a little reset. So, you click on an alert, the symbol will show up, pick how many shares you want to trade. In this particular case, if I were going to do it, I could go into the market. It's only a 2 cent spread. So, I mean, that's no big deal. I would click buy and send it, and then I'm in the trade. Well, let's just do it. I mean, I just the mechanics. Okay, a couple hundred shares. Spread is 2 cents. So click buy and then send. I'm not going to go over money management or anything like that. I just really just wanted to show you, people how you can do it. If I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. And if I want to get out of it right now, I just flatten it. Okay, that's what we have. Some very few hotkeys. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your position, and double obviously doubles your position. Never mind reverse. So when you say you don't have the VWAP info for the stock on your profile, what do you mean by your profile? You talking about your single stock window? Is that what you mean? In your single stock window, if you have a single stock window up? Are you talking about the single stock window? Oh, yeah, this. If you want this exactly the way it is, I can give it to you. But these are just filters. This is what I want to see. Okay. This is what I want to see. It may not be exactly what you want to see. These are just so in order to add something, if I right click and configure, okay, so columns. So you see, these are just a list of all the well, I click on more. This would show you every single filter that we've got. And that's all these are. These are just filters here, okay? That's all they are. So if I saw a filter over here that I wanted, here, then I would just find it. And I'm not going to do it, okay? But the change from the open, I would highlight it and then left click on it, and then it would show up here. These are just filters. But if you want mine exactly the way it is, you can have it. I can give it to you. But again, you may not want all the other stuff. But no, the VWAP and what else did you ask? The 200-day moving average. It's all part of the, it's not an additional cost. Okay, so again, if you have yours, you might have a default one. Okay, one that you just loaded and you didn't even, maybe you don't care about some of the filters that are there. You can always get rid of them. So again, right click, configure, and go to the columns. So if you saw something you didn't like, you just highlight it and move it over, right click it over. But it's because, I guess the bottom line is it's customizable. So again, I can give you mine if you want it, but you may not want everything that's in there. I like to see all the ranges. You see, I love to see where a stock is, especially if it's at the low of a lifetime range. When we're looking to short something, I always like finding stocks that are at the low of a lifetime range, because then there's really no support underneath, is there? Doesn't mean it's going to keep going down, but look at this one, guys. Cipher from yesterday. I didn't do this yesterday. Yeah, so Bitcoin has still been, I'm just looking at, take a look at BITO. So these are all crypto plays. A lot of these are just crypto plays. And so I'm going to get into a crypto play. So you can see, here's BITO. So you can see a little bit of a run here. The funny thing about our program, we're so awesome about identifying these, okay? And just when you think it can happen again, how can a stock go up 751%? You think, well, that'll never happen again. And I can almost guarantee next week we might see something. We don't know what it's going to be, okay? But certainly, it's just amazing. And how can it be up that amount? It's the float, all about the float, okay? 2 million in the float. And the float is how many shares are available to be traded on a daily basis. So this is a very low float. For me, anything under 20 million is a low float. So the lower that number, I don't want to say the better, but the lower that number is when you can get the insane price increases. Look how many shares is traded, 93 million now. So it's traded the float 46, a little over 46 times today, on its way to probably easily 50 times the float. So the whole idea of the float, so something that is very low supply, that's what the float is. That's a supply of stock that's available on a day-to-day basis. So low supply, high demand. Whatever the reason, sometimes you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, why is this moving like this? Okay, you look for news and you can't find anything, just accept it. Okay, just got to accept it. So you have high demand, low supply, and just like any other commodity on earth, the price will go up. Now, the flip side is that once the demand dries up, and you can tell when the demand starts to dry up, look at the volume bars here, okay, for pull. You can see, the volume really picked up right here. That 30 kept going, dropped a little bit, and that coincided with that. Then all of a sudden the volume picked up again, and the volume is still strong. Now, if you see the next volume bar down here, almost for sure this is going to be dropping. Oh, see, this is such a great all day trade now for me. I traded it early, made just a smidge on it at the beginning, and got back in. Took most of it out at 14, and then got back in on that right around that 14.10 level, and it just been hanging on. So if you're talking about a high or low float, well, okay, first of all, we have a float filter. Okay, so that's telling you the float right there. Number one, if you can see my screen. Okay. Now, a high float or a low float it really depends on what you're used to trading. Okay. So if you're used to trade, and I'm just, I always use Apple as an example. If a person is used to trading Apple, and when you look at the float for Apple, 15.54 billion in the float. Okay. So if you're a person who will trade Apple, you would look at a float of say 100 million, even maybe 200 million as being low, if that's what you're used to trading. So it's all relative to what you're used to trading. And for me, I don't know, a long time ago, I decided that for me, anything under 20 million was a low float. Now, the lower the better, if you're looking for something that's really, really going to move. But again, it's a lot more risky because once the volume drops, you can see a tremendous drop in price. And so that's why I always say, if you're going to trade any of these, you have to be at your computer. You cannot wander away, even for like 5 or 10 seconds. You just can't do it because devastating things can happen even in 5 or 10 seconds. Okay. Okay. So William will keep the room open until 4:05. All right. Thank you, William. I usually take off at around 3. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but William will keep the room open until 4:05. Yeah. So Millet, let's take a look at the YPF as an example. That was the one that really ran the day after he won the election, which was on a Sunday. So it really ran here, and it's holding. This is the Argentinian election. If you don't know, this guy's interesting person, to say the least. If you check out what he's done in his past life or his current life, I guess he's still alive, but he's definitely an interesting person. Right. Boy, if this cipher takes this out right here, this 425 out, look out. I mean, there's 508 is the next highs. All right, guys, it is time for me to do a video. And this will just be a promotional video. Okay, guys, time is it now? 1:34, so say 1:44. Okay, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So, Stephen, on the price alert window, you can put a sound alert. Yes. Okay. So it's the same idea. This is that Argentinian stock, by the way, guys. BMA, one of them, one of the Argentinian stocks. So to put a sound alert on the price alert window, right click, actions. Okay, so right click, this menu will pop up. Go to actions, check on that play sound, set up the sound. And this is for an alert window or a multi-strategy window. It's the same idea. You can put, say, one of your windows text to speech. You don't have to, but if you want to have the lady, it's a female voice, read out the symbol to you, you can do it. But you should only do one. Okay, one window text to speech. The reason being is that the whole idea of sound alerts. Look at this poll, driving me crazy. um, The whole idea of sound alerts is you put a different sound alert on your different windows, okay? So that when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. If they were all, text to speech, you'd have no idea which window to look at. Okay. Otherwise, you click on that use custom sound, select the sound, and we have three folders here. Each folder, each folder has some sound alerts. If you want to hear what one sounds like, you just click on it and open it and play it. And if you like it, then you say okay a couple of times. And then that sound gets attached to that window that you started the sequence in. Okay. Okay, Stephen. Welcome, Mr. Mateen and Mateen. Yeah, so this is it today. A great day, for it, especially with, well, these, the SC, the steel case and the POL. I mean, can't get too much better than those two. Yeah, so the question is, how do we get the red line on the chart that tells you where the next high is? You Right now, you have to click it in a multi-strategy window. I mean, it's a bug. I mean, we should be able to see it by clicking on any symbol or in an alert window. But if I click on it in a multi-strategy window, okay. Now this is way down low. I'm not sure why it doesn't show me up here. Maybe a bad example. Take a look at any. Okay, so there's the red line showing me where the next high is on the daily chart. Okay, and you can only right now do it from. No, no, no. It's automatic, Mister. It's just it'll show you where the next high is on the daily chart. Okay, so it's not. There's nothing for you to do. But unfortunately, you can only access it from like a window that starts with an M in the upper left. Well, has an M in the upper left hand corner. It should also happen for our alert windows, but there's a bug and it's not showing up. And I've asked them a few times to fix it. Okay. So, for instance, if I click on RUSH here, I'm not going to see that red line. Now, this is an all-time high. I won't see it. There is no high looking left. So that's I won't say a bad example, but this is an all-time high right now. So there is no red line because when you look left, there's no to look at. So I clicked on SST from here in a multi-strategy window. It's telling me the next high is up here. That's why I didn't take the trade. In this particular case, I wasn't interested because, I thought, we had the alert at 291. We have a high, the next high was at 290. I said, you know what? I don't want to take this trade unless in fact, I have a little, you can maybe see on my chart, there's a little blue line just above. You can't see it on the daily chart, but on the weekly chart, there's a little blue line up here. And so I put a price alert in case it does take that out later on. Because if it does, it has a shot to the $4 level. It might not happen though. And that's why, I put a price alert. And so you have to click on an alert from a multi-strategy window. Okay. And if you're a new member, you might not know what a multi-strategy window is, okay? But it has to come from a multi-strategy window. Is just if I can take alert windows. Basically, it's a screensaver of some sort. So if you've only got if a person only has one monitor and screen space is at a premium, you can take a bunch of windows and put them into one window that we call a multi-strategy window. So if I right click on this and strategies, these are I only have two of them loaded, but these are actually there are actually four different alert windows in here. I only have checked two of them. I should get rid of that. So, but I could take all the alert windows that I've got, and I could put them all into one big window called a multi-strategy window, and then have all the alerts would come into the one window. Now, you could get overwhelmed with alerts in one window. Okay, so but that's the only right now. That's the only way to get that line. Okay, that red line that's automatically generated. Okay, there you are here. Okay, I clicked on BVN 1506, and there's the red line telling me that's the next high looking left, and only from this multi-strategy window. Chris, if you're listening, when are we going to get that fixed? Hmm. Why don't you? Do you know how to give me your cloud link? Dan, I mean, I can't answer a question like that. I don't. Who is your broker? If you can give me your cloud link, if you know how to do that, I'll load it and I'll see what's happening on my end. Okay, I'm talking to M. Mateen in our YouTube room. So, I mean, you'll have to ask your broker that. I mean, I can't answer a question like that. Why do some trading platforms not allow us to sell stocks when the ticker symbol changes until it's too late? I can't answer a question like that. Who's your broker? I mean, I've not experienced I've not experienced that with Interactive Brokers. It's possible they would do the same thing. I don't know. Because I've never been in that situation where I've been in something and then the symbol name changes the next day. It doesn't make sense to me that they would do that. But you'd have to ask. Well, it won't help. That's obviously broker by broker. So maybe Pepe, I don't know if you've anybody with Interactive Brokers as an example. Have you ever been in a situation where you've been in a trade and then the next day the symbol changes and you can't trade it out? I mean, I don't know. So you're saying never, RG? So you've never, that's never happened to you with Interactive Broker as an example? Okay. So William is saying with E-Trade, it can happen, but RG is saying with Interactive Brokers, it has never happened. And obviously you've had some experience. So Mateen, do you know how to give me your cloud link? Because I'd love to take a look at it. Now let me, okay, so what you're saying is this. If I duplicate this window, come on, system is really slowed down now. Ah, you're right. Oh, will that happen for every new alert? So maybe it's, well, let's see. Yeah, no. So it happened for the first when I duplicated it, and yeah, I got, I was able to do it for the, but the next alert that came in, no. I thought maybe oh, I see what you mean. Okay. Boy, I thought you had something. I thought, okay, I'll just duplicate all my windows and use those duplicates from now on. So, Mateen, do you know how to give me your cloud link? So if you've got the window, a multi-strategy window, all you have to do is right click, save or share to cloud. Oh, I see. This isn't a doc. This is a doc also. So let me break this out because you won't have it in the doc version. I know I'm probably confusing you. So if you've got a multi-strategy window like this, okay, and you just right click on it, save or share to cloud, save and share, and say okay, and then you can paste that link. You see what I can do here? I can paste that link. There's the link right there. Guys don't have to click on it, but that's what you can do. Ah, you can't do it in YouTube. Shoot, I forgot. You know what? You might want to come into the main trading room, okay? There are two rooms, okay? And the problem with YouTube is that you cannot give me a link in YouTube. So you might want to come into the main trading room. It's a lot more active, a lot more traders tossing around ideas, okay? Okay. And if you come into the room, this is what it looks like, and you'll be in here. And then you can, once you come in, then you can, if you understand what to do, you can just copy and paste that your link in here. Then I can take a look at it and see if I'm getting that red line on my end. Nick S, welcome to Trade Ideas. How do I say in a few sentences? How do you? Well, I just picked 10 days. Okay. Well, first of all, we don't have an 11 day. So we have position in 10 days. Number one, we have position in 5 days. We have position in 10 days. So it was all about the position in range. So we don't have a position in 11-day range, number one. Okay. Okay. So Nick S, Trade Ideas is a tool. Okay. It's not going to teach you how to trade. The program is called Trade Ideas because it does that. It gives you ideas. But you have to, but trading is not easy. You have to understand how to read charts. Okay. And so what I would do is this, and it's probably not what you want to hear because, but you probably are going to have to give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, so are you new to trading? Are you new to trading? Just trade ideas. And I'm not a swing trader. Okay. So you're not new to trading. Okay. So you're just looking, well, man, I mean, we don't have anything that's going to say, you should hold this for 10 days. Um, the only thing I can suggest you do is you can take a look at the swing channel. Okay. If you click on new and then dock channel bar and take a look at swing picks. This may be more up because I'm not a swing trader. I'm never holding anything for, well, usually over a day. But if you click on new from our toolbar and then let me start from scratch again. So if you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, and then we have something called swing picks. Click on them. And these are 5 new picks a week. Now I don't do this because I'm not a swing trader, okay? But you'll have this. Let me just show you. So these are the 5 this week. And it'll give you a level of interest. Now this is a super expensive one, but here's a suggested entry, your stop. Okay, you'll get 5 of those a week. How you trade them, of course, is still going to be up to you. But that's what, and I think the idea is maybe to, if it triggers, okay. I mean, when it says an entry, for instance, on the Ardmore, if when you look at it, it's $14 and it never gets to 14.38, then you don't take the trade, as an example. Okay, but I would take a look at the, take a look at what this is all about. You can even take a look at the video that Michael does. Okay, Michael is at Trade Ideas. Again, I am not a swing trader. So these may be 5 ideas a week. I'm not saying you have to take them all. You don't have to take any of them, but I mean, they may give you a bit of an edge. Okay, were you able to find that? Yeah, I mean, I would start there. You say you're a swing trader. You want to hold, I mean, 10 days. I mean, see, I, as somebody said yesterday, I don't put targets on anything. All right. I mean, I'll look left to see where the next low or high is. But if it hits that next high, it doesn't mean I'm getting out of the trade. I'll stay in a trade as long as it keeps working and, keeping working in my style of trading. So for instance, I would never say to somebody, well, here's a 10-day. What if it's still working, quote unquote, working after 10 days? It's still looking good. Why would you get out of it? As an example. Or if you thought, well, I want to hold something for 10 days and it stalls after 5, are you going to just I'm not just talking to you, but I mean, are you somebody going to be really stubborn and say, well, I'm holding up for 10 days because I want to hold up for 10 days and watch after 5 days where you've had a nice little gain and then it comes right back to where you bought it. So I mean, well, again, I'm not a swing trader, so Nick. So everything I do is based on getting out of the trade at the end of the day. However, you might look at something that I have, we've been talking about here. Like, look at Steelcase. I mean, I don't know for sure, but let's take a look at Steelcase. So you might look at this and this is an earnings play. It's done extremely well on its earnings. And you may look at this and go, you know what? This looks really good. I'm going to hold it. Up to you. Okay. Up to you. I mean, it's holding really nicely at the high of the day so far. I mean, we still have, a couple of hours to go, but unless it really, really started to give it up, you might look at something like this and I always will, I'll be looking left to see where could it stall. The next high on the monthly chart was 1430. So, I mean, it's kind of through that. And then you can keep looking left. That's all I do. There's something at 1438. That's right there. The next high is 1513. Nobody's saying it's going to get up to these levels, but this has been a really good earnings play. And with this one, it has some history. Doesn't mean it's the same thing is going to happen, but the last time it had earnings was this week right here. The week of August the 18th. Sorry, September 18th. And look what it did. Now, this is looking awfully similar, isn't it? Nobody's saying it's going to do this, but it held pretty nicely. And then it kept moving up. And now today, it's earnings today. So, I mean, those are the sort of things that I'd be looking at. So even though I'm an intraday trader, if something really now, I will say this. I mean, a lot of the things that we see are pretty volatile, and they could be these small little biotech companies. I'm not sure I would want to hold a bio, because anything could happen. Depends on the float also. I mean, Steelcase, the float is 84 million. It's not high, but it's certainly not low. Would I want to hold POL? No matter, even if it finished really well, I think it's pulled back with 2 million shares in the float. I don't think so. Even though it's got a ton of room. I mean, look, it got up to $34. For me, I'd be a little wary to do something like that. Doesn't mean it can't work, but something that's gone up 828%. I'd be a little skeptical that it's going to tack on another 50%. It might. We may wake up tomorrow and it's at $15. Yeah, I mean, Paul may not, excuse me, it may not be dead today. If it takes out the high right here, good grief, 1087. If it takes out the high, believe it or not, it could keep running for a while. Because the next high, you can see sort of where it stalled. The high is 1125 on the weekly chart. Now it got up to what? 1085. So kind of into this area. I mean, if it took out 1125 today, I mean, look left where the next high is. I mean, it could, do something really crazy. But, personally, I wouldn't be holding this, but I shouldn't give any advice because if somebody's listening to me saying, well, I've got it, but he said I wouldn't hold it. And then tomorrow, you wake up and it's $30. Well, you got to have some kind of trading plan, right? Or wake up to a secondary. Exactly. They do a financing. Okay, so click on new. So first of all, Nick, can you see what I'm doing before I keep going? You can see my screen, right? You're talking about the swing trades, the 5 swing trades? Okay. So click on new from the toolbar, right beside file, then new. Click on new from the toolbar. Move down where you see docked channel bar. Click on docked channel bar. And these are all theme-based challenges. Oh, I said challenges. Theme-based channels, okay? And one of them is called swing picks. You click on swing picks and Here is the email. Well, this is the blurb. Now, I think the swing picks go out Sunday night, so you could probably take a look at this Sunday night, but certainly before the market opens Monday, every Monday, okay? And you'll have 5 new ones every week. And you can just take a look at them. Some of them you may not like, some, maybe out of a price range you want. Maybe they don't you don't agree. You know what I mean? Okay. And you can actually check to see how they did. You could check because the email says the suggested entry. See if any of them triggered and see what they've done since that entry. If any one of them triggered. Again, I'm not a swing trader, so I don't really pay attention to it. Meanwhile, Steelcase just is, man, it's not following the market at all. How long have you- Oh man, give me a time frame. Nick, did you hear anything I was talking about codeless programming? 5 minutes. Okay. Oh well, do it again. I don't know why I think I sneezed. I think that's what it was, and I sneezed and I muted myself. Okay. So your question was, is the system easy to program with no codes? Well, of course, I'll have to do all this again. So these are the real-time alerts that we've got. Okay. Starting off with the new high and the new low of the day. We have many, many, many different real-time alerts though. And then if I scroll down here, keep going, and then these are the screening. This is the screening aspect. This the filters that we've got. Okay. So when the company started, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language, so they tried to create enough different filters and real-time alerts so the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Now, if you're looking for something that we don't have, sorry. And I'm not just talking to you, Nick, but anybody else who's listening. So what I was going through is I was typing in the search term. So somebody might say, "Well, what do you have for MACD?" So I'll type in MACD. This is what we've got for MACD. If you wanted the 20-minute cross, we don't have it. Can't create it, we don't have it. Type in RSI. If you wanted the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay, you can't create it. So we figured though that we tried to create enough different filters and alerts that, again, for the majority of our customers, without having to learn any sort of a programming language, they could combine it to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do right now is just quickly go over my homepage again and the promo code that if you want to take out a subscription. All right. So if you click on my homepage link, there's a promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So all I ask is this, if at some point in time you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. We want to keep the room free. The only way to do it is if people take out 25%. Okay. Um, the only way we can do it is if you eventually, if you want to take out a subscription, I'm not saying today, you don't have to do it today, next week, next month, next year, but at some point in time, just use my promo code. This will really help to keep the room free. And if you do take out a subscription, do the get started. Okay, it's mandatory. This is a software program. There is a learning curve, but we in this 10 short videos, the download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay, at least do this. And if you're brand new to trading 101, series of videos, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together, all free. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for that. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Anybody looking to swing trade, you might want to sign up for that. The last two have been stellar. Carvana and SHOT, SHOT. This is and you sign up for it right here. And this is our education section. And then last, but here are my scans. Okay, you're looking for my scans. That's right. I've got to fix this one, the daily reversals. I don't use this anymore, but somebody said this is broken. Yeah, it looks like it's broken. Okay. I must have accidentally deleted it or something. But these are all the scans that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. If I want to find the stocks that are gapping up or down in the pre-market, this is what I use. And this, of course, is really my all-time favorite scan. 13 or 14 years using this program. This is my all-time favorite scan. I can't think of one that is produces as well for the length of time that it has. I don't know if it's going to keep producing, but until it does, we're just going to keep milking it. And that's what right here, okay? Right here. I have other scans I have. This is the 10-day daily breakout. Come here. 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown right here. So I should go over that why it's my favorite scan. Okay, I'll go over it one more time. Okay. So why is this my favorite scan? This one right here. This one right here. Okay. Never mind this on top. I'm just talking about this window right there that you see. So many years ago, actually it's not many years ago, but a few months ago, this is a scan I used to have a long time ago, this abnormal option activity scan. Okay. And I resurrected it, I don't know, maybe a year ago. And then the 10-day daily breakout and down, been using this for, I don't know, 6 months, maybe even a year. I can't really remember anymore. And they're independent though. These are independent scans. So I don't know, a month and a half ago, I was noticing that if a stock appeared in these breakout scans, either on the downside or the upside, and also in the abnormal option activity, really we should pay attention. But that meant you'd have to scan through the list and check to see, was that same stock here? Okay. And I remember out loud thinking, gee, it'd be nice to be able to have some way to combine them. And so Pepe, that's why I've called it Pepe in brackets. He took the initiative. I was lazy. He took the initiative and he basically combined these scans so that now we don't have to scan through this list to see what are the what are the common ones. This tells us what the common ones are right here. Okay. So that's all I look at right now. And the reason why it works out, I think, so beautifully is that as an intraday trader, I am just looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. And the big way to find stocks trading abnormally, of course, is what's their volume doing? What like is it abnormal volume today? Okay. And so that's where that relative volume filter is. So if I look at SCS right now, steel case, relative volume of 9.5, it's trading 9.5 times normal in volume. But also look at its option volume. I don't trade options. Okay. I don't trade options, but coupled with the option volume, it's traded 5,600 contracts approximately today. That is also 9 times normal. 9.3, it's 937%, 9.3 times normal. So not only is it trading volume wise abnormally, it's also trading option wise abnormally. So given those two filters and combine them, for me, the way I trade, it points me in the direction of the stocks to follow all day long. And that's all I'm looking for. I want to find the stocks that are trading really abnormally all day long. Refresh halted and watch. Let's see what happens when this comes out. Okay, so there's the eFresh halt. Okay, where could it open? So just go to my home. What have I got? Just go to my home page. Okay. Coffee. Just go to my home page. If you find it right there, I should actually direct people to do this. There's the link right there. Click on my homepage link. Okay. When you do, you'll be at the top here, and here are my scans right there. Click here on my scans, and right at the bottom right hand corner, that's where it is. Okay. The reason I don't copy that link in all day long, that's what I'd be doing all day long. So that's why I try to direct people to my homepage. Of course, I'm putting that link in all day long, but seriously, that's where all the scans are. Now, so here is the halt on eFresh, okay? Or whatever it's called. I guess it's not eFresh, it's whatever it's called, EFSH. I'm going to call it eFresh. So this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, but this is showing you the halt price. Now, this is the call. This column will give you maybe an indication of where it's going to open. Right now, there's no big clue. Okay, I mean it says basically the same as the halt price, but typically these are 5-minute halts. These are what are called volatility halts, and that's why it says volatility. And it's basically, just think of it like this: a computer program is looking at this and saying, hey, you know what, this went up too fast, too quick, or too fast in a period of time, so it just gets automatically halted, sort of a pause. And usually they're 5-minute halts. So if it's going to be a 5-minute halt, this will open at 226 plus 36 seconds. So in a little less than a minute right now, if it's a 5-minute halt. If it doesn't open in 5 minutes, then usually it's a multiple of 5. So, but you can see FWBI is halted at 205.21, opened at 210 plus 21 seconds, exactly 5 minutes. POL 1255, 5 minutes. Okay, so there's no guarantee, but I would say 95% of them are going to be 5-minute halts. And we'll see, because this has got another 10 seconds to 30 seconds, and we'll see what happens when it opens. There's no big clue, because usually, if you were in this now, you'd want to see a number above the 113 in this column. Let's just see what happens. Okay, so it didn't open. It's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Great. I had to pick one that was going to be longer than a 5, but so it's probably going to be a 10-minute halt. Now, if you ask me why, I don't know. There's probably some reason somewhere why some are 5-minute halt. Most of them are 5, and some are 10, or some are 15. I don't really care. When it opens, it opens. So the anchored VWAP. Okay, so Nick, this is an add-on. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is an add-on. And I'll answer your question in a second, Coffee. Okay. You're talking about this Market Explorer? Are you talking about in the Market Explorer? Talking about this? Could you hear me, Nick? I don't use the anchored VWAP, okay, but I mean, I can show you where it is, but so I don't use it. Okay, so are you talking about this when you click on new? You're so new. Would you even know about Market Explorer? Because this is where the anchored VWAP scans are, but it's actually an add-on. I don't know if it's free for this This little contest we're having. Okay, so you do know where it is. Okay. So, okay, so here they are. Now, if you're gonna ask me about them, um, yeah, it is $49 a month, yes. So all I can say is, you just click on them and see what you see. I mean, I don't use it because I'm not these are more for swing trading, okay? So if I click on this one, the AW anchored VWAP pinch daily, and when I click on, say I'll click on the first one, OM, it's going to draw on the weekly chart, you can see it, okay? You can kind of see it on the daily, but it's up here. It's very, very light, but the anchored VWAP line is automatically drawn. You can really see it on the weekly chart. So you can see what it's looking at, like a pinch. These are pinching. And so I guess the theory is if it broke above, then you might want to go long. And if it broke below, you might want to go short. Okay. Let's take a look at VAC. I mean, I don't use these because they're more for swing trading. Same thing. You can it's hard to see on the daily chart, but certainly on the weekly chart, you can kind of see, usually the upper VWAP line will be sloping down and the bottom one will be sloping up, sort of in a pinch way. Take a look at a cheaper one, MRVI. So how you're going to trade it, that is going to have to be up to you. You might want to put a price alert, and see if it takes it out on the upside. Looks better on the weekly to do it, in my opinion, and one on the bottom side, like the so that if it breaks through either side, you want to know about it. But again, there are a lot more, and I just don't use them because again, I'm not a swing trader at all. But there are a lot more that you can take a look at. This is sort of intraday. I sort of looked at, but I just here's the deal. I mean, when I took the program 2010 ago, or 2010, in 2010 as a subscriber, I didn't want to miss anything. So I probably had 15 alert windows. I probably had 10 top list windows. And yeah, I wasn't missing anything, except I wasn't getting anything done. When I say missing anything, I wasn't missing any type of a scan. I'd always get alerts, but I'd be clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. So I had to really, it was really hard. Which one do I get rid of? I can't get rid of that one. That's a really good one. I can't get rid of it's like trying to throw out your favorite, you've got three favorite t-shirts or sweatshirts, and your wife is telling you, get rid of them. You don't want to. So anyway, I had to really, really, bite the bullet and say, look, I can have everything up and running, every type of scan going, those are the days I go on the internet and go to YouTube and everybody's talking about their favorite setup. So I tried to create it in Trade Ideas. And so I'd have so many things at once. So I have now pared it. I probably have too many right now, but I pared it right down. Long-winded by saying I don't want to look at anything else. Okay. And maybe one of these is awesome. I don't know, but I'm very comfortable in what I got right now, and I just don't want to get overwhelmed by more scans. You're right, Pepe. Well, I think it merited why you're getting those. I suppose I could just say, you know what, just take these scans and never mind. What Pepe is saying is that, yeah, he created this so that it would be a nice time saver rather than having to scour through the lists, the two lists, and compare to see what stocks were similar. So I don't know. Maybe in the future, I'll just say, just do it. Never mind why. Hear the alerts, never mind why, like, never mind what, like, where they're coming from. Okay, let me start answering some questions. It's great, guys. I love the questions. Just trust me. Yeah, trust me. Trust me, they work. How do you set it? Don't repeat because I keep seeing the same alert repeating on the. Okay, so I'm not sure there is a. Did you run the don't repeat? Let me just see. You can do a history. Okay, let me see if this works on a multi-strategy window. Okay, I'm not 100% it's going to work on a multi-strategy window. I'll first answer you. What are the best tools I use? I don't know what you mean by that. I just use trade ideas, so I don't know what you mean by that. I just use trade ideas to generate my ideas, so that's it. Trading horizon? You mean during the day? The only thing I really don't do is I try not to trade in the first 15 minutes. Well, how long I stay, if the trade is still working, I'll stay as long as it takes. Like the SCC, I'm not getting out of it. There's no reason for me to get out of it. So I don't go into a trade thinking, well, I'm only going to hold this for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. If the trade is working in my style of trading, I'll keep it all day. Now, it doesn't happen that often because a lot of the stuff that I do can be pretty volatile. So it's not likely, that some volatile stock is just going to, even base like this. Okay. So there's no hard and fast rule. Oh yeah, of course. I have a stop in every trade, Nick. Every single trade. I know how much if a trade doesn't work if it doesn't work for me, I know how much I'm going to lose on the trade. Okay. We talked about that earlier, probably weren't around when I went over risk management, just in general. So when I get into a trade, I know exactly where I'm getting at. Every trade I take, I say, okay, if it's not working, this is where I'm getting out. I don't use trailing stops so much because, listen, there's nothing wrong with using trailing stops. I'm usually in not more than two trades at a time. So I like to manage my trades. What you can't see is on another monitor, any trade I'm in, I've got a chart and I'm watching it. So I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. Probably most of the time, just one trade at a time. So I just manage the trade, you know, without using trailing stops. But nothing wrong with using trailing. If I were in 10 trades at a time, of course, I'd have to do something a little bit differently, but it's just not my style to be in that many trades at a time. Okay, let me take a look. Yeah, I'm more of a seat of the pants trader, Nick. Okay, I mean, I look at things and I see, okay, what's the market doing? Where's that next high looking left? Is the volume starting to decrease? All those sorts of things. Those are that's my style. Okay, that's just my style. I don't get terribly sophisticated about. Meanwhile, the market is, yes, it is. It's taking a bit of a dump here. All right, let's take a look at Mateen. I'll take a look at that window. It looks like it's mine, so let's take a look at it. Okay, so I just clicked on it. Now, maybe you were just focusing on the daily chart. Okay, let me. Where are you? Where are you, Mateen? Yeah, I don't use level two. That's correct, Mateen. So You might be just focusing on the daily chart, okay? But if you look at the weekly chart, you see, I just clicked on this is what you gave me. I just clicked on the SCS. When I clicked on it, there is the red line. You won't see it on the daily chart because it's too far above. It's too high. But if you have a weekly chart up, I can just barely see it on the top here. Okay. So maybe you were looking at a daily chart. Oh, okay. If you're frozen, you might have to do a refresh, Nick. Okay. You have to do a refresh. So there is a gear somewhere. I think that might be the gear or up here or up here. You just have there's a gear that will allow you to refresh, or maybe that's it right there. I should know this, but I don't. This is a third party that we're using for the trading room. I think that's probably your refresh. Okay. That'll happen every now and then. By the way, coming into this room here, I mean, yeah, you can listen to me all day long if you want. You don't have to. You don't have to. But we have some great traders in the room, okay? And with all sorts of different styles. My style. I'm not ever trying to tell anybody that you have to trade the way I do. But we have different styles of trading in the room, and you might see somebody post something like, I'm looking at this stock right now at this price. You might click on it and go, yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Okay. There are more trading styles in this room. So Mateen, I don't know what to say. So again, I clicked on the I clicked on the alert, and there's the red line. Now, coffee. Let me see if, first of all, I thought there was a problem during the history. But let me just see. I don't usually do a history in the, okay. Okay, so this is the history today. Okay, so you can do it. However, what is not available is the view. Okay. I don't think there's any way around it. Okay. But this is what you can do. Break out the strategy. Okay. So break it out, right click, strategies, and this is typically, I mean, we don't get very we haven't had very many on the way down. So, this is the breakout, okay? Moving higher. So break it out into the alert window. Open the alert window. Okay. So here it is, broken out of the multi-strategy window. And remember, all a multi-strategy window is you can take as many alert windows as you want and pile them into a multi-strategy window. Now watch what happens. Okay. I'm going to do it off screen because I have to remember how to do it. Just give me a moment. Yeah, 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 I remembered. Okay. Okay. So you want to do a history of this. Okay. So do it the normal way. Right click, history, today, and then here they are. Now, what you want to do, you don't want to see the SCS over and over again, right? That's you just want to see the. So all you have to do now is right click. Now go to properties and view mode. Okay, view mode will pop up, and this is typical. Okay, this is the sort of the default newest first, but select group and sort by, and you see now sort by symbol. This I think this is the default. So if you can just keep the newest symbol and ascending. Now when you click OK, watch what happens. Magic, only one. Okay, you only get the only see it the first time. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty dramatic drop here, guys. So this is almost my time to take off. 15 minutes. I got about 15 minutes left. I'll stay later if there are questions. Otherwise, I will take off around 3 o'clock. Now, I'm not saying that Steelcase is going to hold on here, but look what it's doing, guys. I mean, it's drifting a little bit down, but look what the market's doing. So this is still, fairly strong. This is not moving down with the market yet anyway. Now, if I get any sort of like a bigger red bar, down to that say 14, 15 level, I'm out. So again, Mateen, so yeah, I mean, this is what you gave me, which is the same as mine, of course, but this is what you gave me. And when I click on the alert, I get the red line on the weekly chart. I cannot, I don't know, maybe you didn't hear me, but I'm not getting it on the daily chart because well, what is it at? It's at 1473. So, it's not I can't see it on the daily chart because it's way up here. Okay. But on the weekly chart, I can see it, the red line when I click on it. That is the next time. If Watch what happens when I move, I'll really start to scroll back. There is the next high looking left on the daily chart, and that happened. Hard to eyeball it, but we'll say that happened July 20th, 2021. There's nothing to play with though. That's the whole thing. There's nothing to play around with. You see, that's the issue. Really, it's not showing. Okay, Pepe, any reason why it wouldn't be showing on the weekly? And your weekly is big enough, right? Sorry. No, even though I've got a really shrunk down weekly chart, I can still see it. I thought maybe you didn't have it big enough. No, I can still see it. So I thought maybe that was it, but that's not it. I mean, I can well, if I shrink it down this small, I can't see that red line, but I'm sure your chart must be bigger than that. Yeah, the problem is, Mateen, there's nothing to figure out really. Of course. Of course, that's the reason. You know, nobody at Trade Ideas, I think, is using those charts. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. Okay. That's the reason. Of course, it's the reason. I'll show you. So if you right click on your chart, you probably have use browser interface checked. Okay. So right click on your chart, right click on your chart is use browser interface checked. And if it is, uncheck it. Yeah. Sorry, I should have thought of that. It's just that it's so out of my mind about using the browser interface. I don't use it because it really slows my system down. And also it has certain features that aren't there, or it doesn't allow certain features, and that obviously is one of them. Sorry, I should have thought of that. Shakespeare here. All right. Right. Yeah, I just don't even think of those charts. I don't know. I mean, ultimately, I guess they'll be okay. Okay, guys, I'm totally out of the SCS now. That's it. That was it. Was there a Fed? Some guy from the Fed talking? You know, Wolfhound, I'll be honest, I have no idea. I mean, it's the charts that we use on our web-based version essentially, and I know we're trying to get everything fully functional on the web-based version, okay? But all I can say is that, you know, there are certain options on the web-based version of the charts that are just not available on the, I'll call normal version, okay? I just think that, you know, the thrust is trying to get everything web-based eventually. But that could take, I don't know, another year, 2 years, 10 years, next month. I will say this is that, you know, in the web-based version of Trade Ideas, the charts are lightning. In the downloadable, for me anyway, and that might be because I've got a lot of stuff going on, you know, I've learned to deal with it. Okay. But you know, the charts are not like what I call lightning. You see, I mean, look how long this is taking to load. Not always this slow, but the way I deal with it though is that when I click on alert, the first thing I'm doing really is looking at this over here on my, and so by the time I come back, it has loaded. Yeah, I think ultimately, yeah. So what you can do though, Wolfhound, is you click on new tools and click on options and see where it says charts. You can uncheck that use picture in picture browser charts by default. So so that means, and then save it. And then when you load a chart, it won't be the browser based version. Okay. So again, I'll do that. I know I do things fairly quickly. So if you go to tools on our toolbar, click on tools and then options and then charts. And then uncheck that use picture in picture charts, browser charts by default. Okay. And so Pepe is explaining why our charts are not fast in the, but look at the web-based version, or this is our market, well, the market scope. Let me just show you how fast it is there. So if I click on this, so here, I'm going to click on AUVI, boom. SRTY, boom. Webs, boom. Okay, that's how fast it is. And this is sort of our web-based version of the chart. Whoa. Okay, I see what you're saying. Trying to reunify Taiwan. Okay. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, so it appears that China is taking a hardline stance on the reunification of Taiwan, and basically told your government, I'm Canadian, so your government, that that's what we're going to. At least that's the insinuation. So, what is your government going to do? Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's 2:58, so I may just take off. While the yeah, I'll bet you NVDS is doing well. This is what you if you want to short Nvidia, and I bet you a lot of the semis are well, I mean, with the overall market. So this is an ETF designed specifically for Nvidia. Okay, so if you wanted to short Nvidia, instead of going to NVDA and shorting it, you could buy NVDS as an example. Okay, and there are a few stocks that have their own ETFs, and Nvidia is one of them. Conversely, if you wanted to go long Nvidia and not going to the actual NVDA stock, you could buy, not that you want to do it right now, but you could buy VDL. And these are 1.5. Okay. So whatever the price is of Nvidia, this will be 1.5, 1.5 time. Well, the percentage difference. Okay. The percent. Yeah, JMac, I mean, I don't use the AI really. I mean, to me, it was crazy today. I can't imagine, I don't know why there were so many alerts. I mean, it's, unfortunately, it's, the strategies that made the cut produced all those alerts. That's not typical. Okay. It's just not typical. So I have no idea why, all those strategies made the cut. So I would sort of throw today out. What I do with the AI is I just sort on the aggressive profit target and or percent, and I just follow the ones at the top here. I don't care about all the other ones. Okay, if I'm going to take it, I don't take too many of the AI trades because a lot of they don't set up for my style of trading. A lot of them, but some of them do. So all I do is I just look at the ones that are, still doing well all day long, and I use like a watch list. Nask. Okay, so you are Nick S. Okay. Okay, guys. So I am planning to take off. So all I'm waiting for now is if there are any questions. If there are some questions, I will stick around. If not, I will take off. Let me put the YouTube link, or sorry, the main trading room link in our YouTube room. So if you do want to still stick around and talk stocks, you can do so in the main room. William will keep it open until 4:05. Okay, so there is the trading room link. All right, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think I will take off. So as always, guys, thanks for all the help all day long. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, get live on the mic and sharing my screen. And again, we'll go to 3 o'clock at least tomorrow. So what I'm going to do now is stop the screen sharing and muting myself, okay? You too, Javier. So I'm ending the stream here for YouTube also.